and welcome to this virtual meeting of Kensington and Chelsea's Planning Applications Committee. This evening meeting is held in accordance with government regulation allowing councils to hold virtual meetings. I am Councillor Wala Idris, a vice chair of the committee, and I am joined by 4 of my fellow councillors. Perhaps we can each turn our camera on and introduce ourselves. Councillor Evans.
Good evening, Chair. Councillor Evans from Courtfield Ward. Do you want us to declare any interest?
No, I'll ask you in a minute. Okay. Councillor Aretti.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Councillor Aretti from Holland Ward.
Councillor Lowry.
Good evening. It's Councillor Lowry, Golborne Ward.
And Councillor Woodger.
Evening, Councillor Maxwell Woodger, Queensgate Ward.
Okay, thank you. It will be the 5 of us making the decisions on applications before us this evening. We are also joined by officers to advise us. Can the officers please introduce themselves? Turn the camera on and introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, I'm Stephanie Malek. I'm doing the first item for the North Area team.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ronaldo?
Yeah, hello, I'm Ronaldo Kolalilu, I will be presenting the remainder North cases for tonight's pack. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Katie Harold?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, I'm as bad as you. Sorry, Chair. Good evening, everybody. My name is Katie Hurrell, and I'm presenting the applications in the South Pack for you this evening.
I think also, if I'm not mistaken, the officer lead is Councillor. Sorry, but what is it with me and councillors? Liz Chung. I'm gonna get. Is Liz with us or?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Lisa Chung and I'm the Head of Development Management and I'm assisting the committee tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If other officer needs to speak, I will introduce them then. I have been asked to make sure not too many of us are on video unless it's necessary. So please turn your videos and your mic off and just turn them on when you are speaking. And also the same thing with audio. If you have attended one of our meetings before, you recognize our procedure for considering applications. However, I'd just like to emphasize that all councillors have received the reports, representations, and also the addendum reports, which has been circulated. Now moving on to the agenda, I guess there are no apologies because all councillors are here. I'm going to ask you again if there is any declarations.
Yes,
Councillor Evans?
Yes, I will have to recuse myself for the 2 applications from Courtfield Road. They're in my ward and I know the sector, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aretti?
Yes, Chairman. I'm an objector for the item N20 and 21 for Holland Ward. So
yeah. Okay.
I'll be standing down as a member of the committee, speaking as an objector.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowry?
Just wanted to say, I know Simon Blanchflower, but we haven't discussed this at all, so I'm not compromised in any way.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry, Chairman, if I have to go back, so I apologise. I'm on Schools Forum, so I know Simon as well. But since his resignation, I haven't spoken. But
okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a point? I'm awfully sorry to interrupt. I'm but my councillors are not there. So will they come in later?
People will come in. They might probably come in later. Sorry, Councillor, which ward are you?
I don't know, but Councillor Wade and Spalding.
Earls Court. Okay, yeah, they are here.
They are here, but they're not showing up. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Woodger?
Oh, I have nothing to declare, unlike the rest of the panel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we can go to the agenda. I'm not missing anything. Lorna, am I missing anything? I don't think I am.
Chairman, there are some minutes to approve.
Yeah,
The minutes.
I've done that on by email. So yeah.
So they're approved.
They're approved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless there is any yeah, that's it. Yeah. So we move on to the first item, which is case number, I think that's Stephanie Malik's case. It's a case number 210047.
That's correct. Yep. Let me see if I can get the slides moving forward for you. Yes, here we are, 66 Verity Close. This is an application for a single-storey basement under this property in the north of the borough, which has a frontage to Verity Close and a rear garden to Dulford Street with another entrance that way, taking its address from Verity Close. It's situated mid-terrace, and it's part of a little group of uniform properties, all with a front porch. The works will take place to the rear. That's the only part of the building which will change in its above ground appearance. This is the rear of the property, which has an existing canopy on it, which will be removed as a part of the scheme. The proposal is for a single-storey basement under the footprint of the property, with a small light well extending 1.2 meters beyond the rear elevation, and to allow light down into this rear elevation, there will be some small elevation changes. Let me show you. They will be these. There will be a new below ground in the light well. There'll be a sliding door with full height window, and above ground the existing window will be replaced by this wood panel and window configuration. The existing situation is, here we go, like this. So it's this part which will be changed. Those changes won't be very evident externally because there's this big tall boundary wall, and if we go back to the photograph, you can see that the boundary wall covers up to the canopy, which is about where the top of the changes to the window will be. So it won't be very evident externally at all as you walk along the rear of the property, along Dulford Street. And for neighbouring properties, the immediate neighbours will have some glimpsed views of that change, but that would be it. In terms of basement development, this is a fully compliant basement. It satisfies all the criteria of our basements policy CL7. It's supported by an engineering statement written by a suitably qualified engineer that demonstrates the stability of the above ground property and its neighbours will be preserved. And it's based on borehole testing of the site. It's accompanied by a noise, dust and vibration statement which addresses the impact of the works on neighbours and is measured from the most intense and central part of the site, which is slightly below ground. So the measurement to the nearest properties is given from this below ground location. The recommendation for approval from officers has a recommended condition on it requiring membership of the Code of Construction Practice, which would further protect neighbours' living conditions during the work. And that, in summary, is why the application is recommended for approval. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Now we go to the public, speakers part. I will call first the objector, which is, I think it's Simon Blanchflower. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Simon Blanchard. I live next door at 65 Verity Close. I'm a chartered civil engineer and a fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers. I'm speaking on behalf of my household and of my neighbours, including those at 64, 67 and 68 Verity Close, who I know share my concerns about this planning application. For context, this terrace was built just over 40 years ago as part of the Lancaster West estate. It's founded on strip footings and consists of 8 narrow properties of 3-storey construction. Properties have an internal width of 3.5 metres, and whilst of generally sound construction, the noise does carry extremely easily from property to property along the terrace. So, for example, whilst putting up a new bathroom cabinet and drilling into an internal concrete wall with a standard power drill, my neighbour 2 doors down thought it was somebody drilling directly into her wall next to the property, such as the loudness of the structurally transmitted noise. I'm also aware that one of the properties in the terrace has recently had to have remedial works undertaken due to cracking in the ceilings, which involved the tenant needing to move out for a substantial period so the ceilings could be replaced. So as a civil engineer, my 2 main concerns with this application are the works not be able to be undertaken in accordance with CL7, subparagraph L, to ensure that the construction impacts such as noise, vibration and dust are kept to acceptable levels for the duration of the works. This is of particular concern because of the number of people in the terrace who either work from home, and this is true even post-lockdown, or not in paid employment and are home-based. Secondly, that despite the structural engineering design and reports that have been submitted, that due to the interlinked nature of the construction of this terrace, that there will be unavoidable structural damage to neighbouring properties, as already experienced by one of my neighbours. The Code of Construction Practice recognises that there may be circumstances where the daily level of 70 dB cannot be met by employing best practical means, and therefore a daily noise level of 75 dB will be considered for high impact activities. The applicant's noise, vibration and dust statement states that the calculated noise levels for the key activities at the nearest residential property will all be under 70 dB. Published guidance suggests that normal conversation is about 60 to 65 dB. 85 dB is the level at which you have to raise your voice, whilst at 90 dB you will have to shout to make yourself heard. Our experience is that even with the limited site investigation works the applicant undertook to support the application, that there were extended periods when it wasn't possible to hold a telephone conversation due to the level of noise that was being generated. This would suggest that it was in the region of 85 to 90 dB. In my professional opinion, it would not be possible to suitably mitigate the noise from the planned works to keep them within acceptable levels. On this basis, the application should be rejected as CL7 subparagraph L cannot be complied with due to the type of works proposed, the close proximity of receptors and the nature of construction of the terrace. In summary, this planning application, whilst complying with many aspects of the basement's SPD, is for a property that is just not suitable for this type of construction activity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blanchflower. Can I now ask Councillor Atkinson to speak for 2 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything like the qualifications that Simon Blanchflower has, but as it is my ward, I do know Verity Close very well, and normally I do not object to small basements. However, I cannot think of any more unsuitable set of buildings to have basements inflicted on them. The points being that the buildings are very narrow, they're very close together. It's a very densely packed estate. The walls are very narrow. The way they have been constructed, the houses share a single foundation platform, and I am very concerned that any drilling going down under there will have an impact right the way along the terrace, and I would therefore object. I'm not keen on setting a precedent for an area which doesn't have basements at the moment, but I realise that that is not a planning objection. But I do feel that the construction impact is too great, and I would therefore ask that the committee does not accept the report and turns down the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Now I can move to the agent. I think it's, Micah Soward?
Yes, Micah, hi.
Micah, sorry, Micah. You have 5 minutes to give us your reasons for why this is a great idea.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Micah Soward. I'm the Managing Director and Ariba Chartered Architect. I run Interurban Studios, which is a 10-year-old award-winning architectural practice with many completed basements across the capital and in the Royal Borough, including basements in much more constrained sites than this in South Kensington. We will be involved for the entirety of the project through the construction stage to administer a JCT or a similar building contract to ensure that this is built properly. Just a very brief background on the applicant. He's a third-generation resident of the area, is very much rooted within the Royal Borough. His family, including his small children, have been living in a very small flat throughout this period, awaiting hopefully the permission at some point for the works to create a suitable family home. As Ms. Malik's report and her presentation has very clearly and wonderfully stated, I won't go too much into this, but it is a 1970s terrace house. It is, as Councillor Atkinson had mentioned, it is fairly modest in scope, being roughly 40 square meters, only slightly larger than the existing footprint of the ground floor. Ms. Malik has also explained that we are fully compliant from all of the council's very robust basement policies, including a very detailed set of submissions regarding structural integrity, noise, dust, vibration, as well as construction, transport, and management plans. Further conditions will secure even further examinations prior to the commencement of construction. The Royal Borough has one of the most stringent basement policies, and we have a very good qualified team who have outlined a very clear case for why this basement can be done in the way that it is done. Also, the proposal is not visible, has been discussed, and does not harm the streetscape or the setting of the terrace, although I note that the visual impact of the basement has not been much objection to. But we have worked very closely with the council over several applications to get this application to the right sort of position that it needs to be. I will very briefly address some of the objections and the statements that have happened this evening. It is always understandable during the construction of a basement, given some track record that has happened in very high-profile news in the past. However, as every other terraced house in the country, they are close together. That is the nature of a terraced house. This type of basement extension is extremely common in the Royal Borough and across the capital, and would not be establishing any unusual precedent. The requirements in order to, it does not behoove my client to have any damage to either his neighbors or his own property. And therefore, this is why we have the team that we have in place in order to take on this project. There's nothing particularly unusual about the construction of these houses. They're using the very same materials that have been used for hundreds of years. Brick, concrete, block, all of these things. There is nothing particularly thin about the structure of these walls, any thinner than any other terrace house. I believe that the application and the report very much speak for itself. This is a very straightforward application, and we hope that you agree. So I thank you all very much for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Soward. Now we're going to move to the next phase of this of deciding this application, and we're going to open the discussion for councillors, and I see hands here before me. Let me make sure I pick the first person first. First hand first. I think the first hand was Councillor Widger. Do you have a question? And could you please state who your question is for, the applicant or the objector?
All right, thanks, Chair. My question's for the applicant, which is the objection mentioned that there might be there's potential for structural damage to neighbouring properties. I'm curious to know what mitigation measures you've taken to prevent that.
Well, I'm not a qualified structural engineer, but the report is quite detailed on how that would be done. I don't know if anyone has reviewed the information that has been submitted, but the standard way of underpinning basements is that any structure that would have its foundation removed will be done incrementally in steps and using various props and other industry standard techniques.
Okay.
Next is Councillor Lowry.
Hi, Chair. Do you mind if I keep my camera off because my internet isn't too strong this evening?
Absolutely, no problem. I know how you look like.
I have several questions, but let's see how they go. They're both to Mr. Blanchflower and to Micah. I'm interested to hear from both of you. You mentioned in your presentations that this is a rather constrained area, and also you implied this was a rather unusual area for a basement to be developed. My first question is a simple one. Do you know, or are you aware of any other similar basements in Verity Close? This is quite a unique little road in our borough with a very distinctive character. And so I think it would be important for this committee to know the answer to that question. I don't know, Chair, you can decide who goes first.
Well, I think it's a matter of fact, Chair. There are no other basements in Verity Close. That's a matter of fact, which I'm sure the planning officer could confirm.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Thank you. My second question was, Mike, as you'll know, one of the tests that you have to pass a decisive issue is, quote, whether the proposals would preserve the living conditions of neighbouring occupiers, unquote. And a lot of concern has been raised, as you would have heard by Mr. Blanchflower, about the noise, vibration, and structural damage that could potentially be inflicted upon neighbouring properties. Now, I'm concerned, after reading your noise, vibration, and dust report, that the receptors used for measurement may not be necessarily accurate. And that's what Mr. Blanchflower also alluded to in his presentation. You will note that I think the width of the properties are around 3.5 meters thereabouts, but the receptors used in the report, which I can see, state a 5-meter distance. Do you think that's accurate? And I also would like Mr. Blanchflower to comment on the back of your response.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that this particular point keeps coming back, even though we quite clearly make this point, which is that the perception of noise is very much a perception, unless you're actually measuring, because one person's loud is another person's quiet. But that aside, the 5 meters in question here, the measurement, the industry standard measurement, is not a linear as the crow flies dimension. Yes, the houses are approximately 3.7 meters from party wall line to party wall line, center line, but the measurement is not through the wall. The measurement is actually from the center point of, as Ms. Milley had stated earlier in this report, that the line is drawn from the very center of the house to the exterior, and then turning left or right to reach whatever window is nearby. And that is the industry standard measurement. I hope that answers your question.
And Mr. Blanchflower, could you also clarify in your response to Micah where you think your nearest window is relative to, as a receptor, relative to the distance of where it's being measured from?
Well, I accept Mr. Sarrett's explanation there in terms of the industry standard way of measuring. I think there's an industry standard way, and what the reality is when noise generated and is either transmitted through the structural borne transmission or either through airborne transmission nearby. My kitchen window is within less than a metre of the effectively the back door of 66 Verity Close. It is extremely close. You can see it on the picture there that my window is underneath that rose that is growing above my property and is very close to the back door of 66. I think the evidence is in the fact that when they were doing boreholes on site, my wife could not hold a conversation on the phone because the noise was so loud. And by any measurement, that is likely to be in the mid-80s in terms of dB, which is well above the criteria which are set out in the Coder's construction patents that the borough holds to.
May I respond?
I actually had another question, so I mean, it's up to the chair, really.
Yes, by all means, go ahead and respond. And Sina, you can ask in a minute. You can ask it after. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I note that with all due respect to Mr. Blanchflower, we are sympathetic, of course, to noise generated by construction work. The anecdote in question, though, was not a measured amount. And furthermore, I think the most important thing is that the condition that we have here is common throughout almost every basement application made in the Royal Borough and in the capital. I recognize that the width of these houses is narrow, but the proximity of a terrace, there are plenty of terraces with plenty of basements. Houses are next to each other. That's the definition of a terrace. I think there really is not any extenuating circumstances in noise terms in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sina?
I was going to let another councillor ask before I ask my next one, just to give a bit of a break, I think, from me.
Well, you're in luck. No other councillors got their hands up.
Really?
Sorry. There's Councillor Evans. Janet?
Yes, good evening. First of all, how long would this project take? Because that is, I understand how Mr. Blanchflower feels, and would it take a year, 9 months, 2 years? Because just noise in a conversion, I do not think that is a reason to object. So I would just like to know how long this, otherwise no one would have any projects going or anything approved. So first of all, how long would the project take? Can you answer that? Sorry, Mika.
Micah, yes, hi.
Micah, sorry.
Thank you for your question. Yes, you make a very much a valid point, and we have been, very careful and very meticulous about doing the very best that we can to minimize the noise, and that will carry on through the build. And it is in itself not a reason for refusal, as you rightly point out. Now, the entire build it's not just basement, so it isn't going to be super loud works for an extended period of time. And I think that's also an important point. It's not going to be, basement works for the entire length of the program. We are budgeting about 8 months for the program at the moment, but the basement works themselves will probably be more around 3 or 4.
I see. And what is underneath? I'm sure you've had a survey done. Are there underground rivers, or what is underneath? What could you potentially hit down there?
Well, it is in fact fill around 1 story below. So according to the original drawings that we have from the sort of late 1970s, that do show Phil, there are no underground rivers, there are no utilities or drains that we would be hitting, or electricity cables. All of those surveys have been done, and the soil tests have been carried out. So we aren't expecting to have any surprises whatsoever on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll give you another Councillor Areti. Sorry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just checking. The question could be to anyone, and one can challenge it. How deep are the walls, and is there a party wall agreement? If so, what is the agreement? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, so there is not a party wall agreement in place, but there will be prior to the commencement of construction. Generally, party walls agreements aren't in place until quite a bit after you get planning permission. We're still very much trying to get over this first stage. And the overall dig depth is probably around 2.7 to 3 meters in order to allow for the new floor build up in the basement, the new slab insulation, and that sort of thing.
How broad are the walls? I mean, do you have a rough estimate?
I can check the structural report.
And the width of the walls between, because obviously it's next to the objector. So I was just checking.
You mean the depth?
Yeah, depth. Yeah, depth of the width.
You mean the thickness of the proposed walls?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
The existing walls are effectively a sort of single. A sort of party wall, so it's a brick thickness effectively. The existing walls are not that thick at all.
It's 225 millimeters roughly is the thickness of the
brick.
Yeah. So that's not single brick. It's actually I believe it's either solid concrete or double block work. It's all here in the report. If you just bear with me, I can tell you exactly the thickness here.
Yeah, could you point me out to?
I mean, this is all part of the party wall. What will form part of the party wall award? I'm sorry. Forgive me. I have to go into the details of this.
Maybe the officers can help. Maybe, I don't know if they've got something ready. But
yeah, I'm afraid you slightly caught me out here. Just 1 minute. We do have this information.
So would you like me to scale the drawings?
No, the engineer's report will have the exact dimensions.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
Sorry, and this is for the width between the walls. So
this would be the thickness of the proposed basement walls.
Okay.
And
down to the temporary works drawings, hopefully.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to just get into now here.
I think Councillor Areti was interested in the walls, the thickness of the existing walls between the properties. I think that's what the council was interested in.
Then that will be on the main drawings. Let me get them up again.
Yeah, it's roughly 225 to 250, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
which is standard party wall type thickness.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out the noise penetration. So hence my question. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
It would actually. I mean, although I'm sure that it is loud to Mr. Blindflowers and his family, but the noise transmission of this party wall is actually going to be better than a Victorian house,
right? Because
it's higher. It has a higher density, and therefore the higher frequencies don't travel as far.
Okay.
Right. All right.
That may not feel that way, but that's the case.
right.
Sina, do you have? Oh, sorry, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Thanks.
Sina.
Hi there. My other question was, Mr. Blanchflower mentioned that the structural integrity of neighbouring properties has been compromised in the recent past. And in the structural and geotechnical report, there are phrases used such as, I'm just quoting something from page 13, using a piling rig that needs a minimum of 3.7 meters headroom, so to remove the entire first floor structure. This seems like quite radical interior changes to me. Given as we know from what Mr. Blanchard has told us, there have been issues where even neighbours have had to move out because of compromised structures. Are you certain that such a work would not damage or have the potential to cause damage to any of the neighbouring properties? And I'd like also Mr. Blanchflower to respond to his thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, I can't speak for what's happened several houses away. I'm not sure how close it is. We have not found any evidence of damage to number 66 or the party walls to the neighbors. I cannot possibly comment on how the other property was damaged or what the extent of the damage was or whether or not, and I highly doubt that it has any bearing on this application whatsoever. Everything that is proposed here uses best practice industry standards at the very least. There are still more work to be done through the robust conditioning process that the council has in place. Further studies will be done. If the pile rig is not a suitable rig, I have no reason to think it won't be, but if it isn't suitable, then it won't be used. We will not be, I stand personally, and my practice stands quite a lot of pressure to deliver this because we would stand to lose quite a lot. I can assure you from a basement going wrong. It is very much important to, this is a dynamic and sort of live project. It doesn't stop here. If it's approved, we don't just give up and go home and we hand this over to somebody. It's constantly reviewed. It's reviewed as part of the council's robust conditioning process. It will be reviewed prior to construction as well. And it is common that the ground floors are removed in basement construction. That doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen here. We have quite good street access to Dulford Street and should actually end up being quite a straightforward basement excavation process.
So in response to Councillor Lare's question, it was at number 63, which is a council-owned, council-tenanted property. The ceilings had to be removed because of structural failing in the ceilings, which meant that they were cracking and opening up. And because of the age of construction, there was asbestos in those ceilings, which therefore required the tenant to move out whilst the ceilings were removed and replaced. Now, that was just part of the ageing of the building. I think my concern expressed in my speech was that if that is just being caused by the ageing of the building and by natural flexing of the building, then with the substantial works that are going to be proposed at number 66, and because of the interlinked structural nature of the terrace, then that raises for me significant concerns around the potential impact on properties abutting or even further along the terrace.
Thank you. Thank you all. Janet, is that an old hand or a new one?
Sorry, an old hand.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much to both of you. That's very, very clear where everybody stands and very clear explanation, give very good answers to all the questions. I think we're gonna have to move to the next phase where councillors can question the officers. I can start. I have a question to start with. it was mentioned that this is a single foundation platform earlier. Does that have any bearing on excavation and all? I mean, what can we anticipate damage-wise, or is it something done? And that's my first question. My second question is, do we have anywhere in the borough properties that close together and that narrow, that where we had basements for dug up? I'm not sure if you probably know all.
It's all down to the quality of the engineering report, structure, and how much care is taken. This is a robust structural engineer's report. We do have a condition which will require the engineer to be present on site, supervising what is going on. And any untoward discoveries, such as asbestos is a different regime that would be dealt with outside of planning should it be come to light. But structural matters are outside of planning. They will be something the engineer has to take account of. We look at the engineer's report, we make sure he's well qualified, that it is robust, and in this case it does appear to be so. We have had basements constructed in the borough on a very small footprint in close proximity to neighbours, and it is possible. Our basements policy does not distinguish between one site and another. The only possible issue might be if a building were listed, but that's not the case here. Okay. So any site in the borough can, in theory, tolerate a basement, providing the engineering report is robust enough, and that the responsibility for the basement construction is thrown over to the engineer. In this case, the engineer is suitably qualified, will supervise the works. In terms of the impact on the works on neighbouring living conditions, our Code of Construction practice team will go to the site. They will look at the specific site circumstances and have any special mitigation that is required because of the close proximity of the properties will be used and will be part of the bond that the applicants have to agree to and pay for.
Thank you. That's very clear. Councillors, any other questions to Mrs. Malik? I have hands coming up. Councillor Lowry?
Hi there, Ms. Malik. I am really concerned about how we are using this noise report and whether, we really are able to scrutinise it properly and come to a decision. If the site is so constrained as it is, as a committee, can we mandate them to come up with another noise report that provides more realistic and accurate sort of distance for receptors? Otherwise, I think we're dealing with information that's just not suitable for us to come to a decision on this.
Councillor Lowry, the noise report is actually complies with the industry standard because it looks at the most intense part of the site where the noise will take place, and that is 5 meters away from the neighbour. Because of the depth, it will be the excavation work, it will be under the ground, so the angle to the above ground neighbour will give that extra length. It won't be just a straight across horizontal measurement, and that's why it will be at a point under the ground where the noise would be the most concentrated, and that is 5 meters away in this case. And that seems a reasonable assumption, given that there'll be much less noise at ground level, which is 3.5 meters away from the neighbour.
Yeah, in these sorts of cases, I'm not sure industry standards really take into account the sort of the narrowness of the widths of the walls, the sort of narrowness of the 3.5 meters for a width of a house having a basement underneath is very unusual from my experience of being on this committee. Which is why I'm concerned that the data I have is not going to be. It's possibly not realistic if I'm actually going to be, if someone's going to be in that house listening to this drilling day and night. And my other question to you was on a different topic. It was about conditions. I am concerned that, I mean, if we don't mitigate, and if the majority of this committee was minded to approve this and we don't put any mitigations on tools to be used for excavation, then we are in quite a serious situation. Can we put a condition in that prohibits the use of mechanical tools, which has been done before? Because I've been on committees which has made those decisions.
Yep, I can remember applications where that has occurred. Obviously, that will have an impact on the duration of the works, which has another impact on neighbours, a negative impact on neighbours, drags on longer. And I would remind you that the Code of Construction Practice was introduced only 2019 after the noise, dust and vibration part of our basements policy. It's working with the environmental health team. It's looking at the Section 61 part of the environmental health regime, which really looks in detail at noise matters. Will be very much site specific. Those officers go to the site, and anything that's put before them, they will scrutinise. Rather than in this case, we just accept it as part of the application. And as you say, we're looking at an industry standard, though the industry standard does require things to be adjusted for each site. But in this case, the Code of Construction Practice officers will carefully tailor what is required for this site. It is very evident that it is a small site in close proximity to neighbours. And they will also be aware of neighbour concerns, and the applicant will be required to comply with the codes, with those other regimes which protect neighbours. And those are, that's a protection which is already in one of the recommended conditions. It's already there. It's more exacting than the noise, dust and vibration statement in its requirements, because those officers can, really hammer's an unfortunate word, fine tune what is needed at each site.
Sure, but that hasn't really alleviated the concerns of neighbouring properties. So I am going to propose an amendment on this, because at the moment I find it uncomfortable, and the neighbours did mention that the drilling would be a huge negative aspect. So that's something we need to mitigate if we were to approve this.
Mm-hmm. I am aware there are things you can put noise cancelling shrouds over development, all sorts. There are other means of mitigation which may not have been used when there was just a few boreholes being drilled, which may well have been more invasive than these works would be when you've got all of the site set up. But that is just hypothetical. But I believe our Code of Construction Practice team could achieve the mitigation required. But obviously, if you have a condition in mind, we will take that on board.
Thank you. Councillor Woodger?
Hi. To be honest, I actually think Councillor Lowry's potential amendment would actually make things worse, because that would extend the length of construction. And as bad as construction is, it's not a reason you can stop development. So I think it's actually better that, in my opinion, that you leave it as it is with the suggested conditions, as opposed to adding an amendment to hand tools, because I'd say that I think that actually has more negative effects of extending the length of construction. But I mean, other councillors may have different opinions.
Thank you. Councillor Evans, you have your hand up, I think.
Yes, I would like to ask the officers, if we were to grant, and then Mr. Blanchflower wants to build a similar project, and on the other side, someone else would like to build, does it structurally, can the ground take it, or would this be a one-off and then it precludes the rest of the neighbours from adding an extension?
No, it would not, Councillor. The way that basement construction works does not mean that a neighbouring property cannot have a basement, and every basement will be, obviously, any neighbour coming in would have to have a robust engineering statement which took into account neighbouring basements. In many circumstances, the fact that one basement's been dug actually helps support the neighbouring basement. They can sort of piggyback off each other.
Well, that's very helpful to know that, actually. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Larry, is that an old hand or a new one?
Well, I still wish to propose an amendment to eliminate the use of power tools. Those are what would cause a huge issue, sort of noise-wise, to any residents. And we've both sat on committees which have passed that amendment, and most residents are very, very grateful for that.
Okay, we can discuss it at the discussion later on. Any other questions? No, I don't see any hands up. Am I missing anyone? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Malik. And can I just ask councillors to just go down the line from Councillor Areti, going down alphabetically. So we'll just see how everybody feels and if they want, and we can discuss Sina's suggestion of is it non-mechanical tools? Is that, yeah?
Power tools. I'm very sorry. I know I'm speaking out of turn, but I feel like I must add that
sorry,
you can't.
Sorry. I do apologize.
Chairman,
sorry,
Chairman, sorry.
I apologize. We can't do that. We have listened to all you. We've taken everything on board, and now it is our time to discuss and actually come to a resolution. But thank you so much for your contribution. We can't allow you to speak now. Sorry, Councillor Areti.
Yeah, I'm happy with Councillor Lari's amendment, but I agree with Councillor Woodge's suggestion as well, as long as it doesn't delay, because part of my question was about the noise penetration. So I think that the power tools obviously make more noise and it would be a disruption in terms of the work or well-being. So as long as the extension of the project doesn't go longer, it's within the agreed period, then I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Janet?
Yes, I think we're on a slippery slope with the power tools, because I don't see how you can do any building works without any power tools. Can we condition it on eliminating jackhammers, which are really disruptive, or what do you suggest? What do the officers suggest? And we do not want to extend it, but it's a very broad term.
Councillor, in the past, I have heard there's a condition about no use of percussive tools, but it will cause delay, limiting the instruments that can be used. And if our Code of Construction Practice team advise that certain construction methods are not appropriate at this site, they would then be able to limit them and to advise as well. They would help minimise the impact on neighbouring occupiers and advise on the best methods of construction, with at the same time a view to getting the works completed as fast as possible. That is their role.
And is the party wall agreement, I would recommend one, but is that can we make that compulsory to protect the neighbors?
It's a legal requirement. It will have to happen.
It is a legal requirement. Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Sina, you can now convince us why.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't be so concerned about sort of what they have said as the timeline for construction. We've all seen during COVID, timelines have for the most part not really been observed. I mean, they're going to be given a set amount of time anyway, if this were approved tonight to undertake their development. Mm-hmm. And then once we approve it, they have let's say 2 years or so. So I mean, I wouldn't be too concerned about what someone has said off the cuff tonight as to how long they're going to take, because from past experience, I mean, it's plus or minus many months. My concern is for the noise, and that I think if we put in a ban on the use of noisy power tools, that would be a huge, make a huge difference during the development.
Councillor Woodger.
Yes, Chair.
Did you want, or do you want to add anything to what you said earlier?
We've just had confirmation from the officers that if we ban the use of power tools, it will make this development take longer, and it's the construction which is obviously the contentious issue. So I just feel this is a mending for the sake of it. I'd rather take the application as it stands, and we vote down the line whether we are for it or against it.
Okay, shall we?
Chairman.
Chairman. Yes, Lorna.
It's the legal officer. I'm really sorry. My connection dropped for 5 whole minutes, and I've missed a lot.
So you missed all the fun.
Yeah, I'm afraid I was going to say something about the no power tools, because I think it's quite obvious that it will delay. I mean, I'm sorry, I've missed what was said, but I was going to say that condition number 7 does require a site. Well, it's a site construction management plan that would sort all that out anyway.
Yeah,
I think it's obvious that no power tools would prolong the development. Well, but I'm afraid I have lost a lot of what was just said, so we might have moved on from that.
No, but that's my concern. Actually, I was going to come at the end and say my concern is not using the most effective power tools will only prolong the pain. For me, I feel sometimes it's better. You know, when people are digging up and drilling, it's going to be an irritant, but then you condition it by when they start, when they finish, which days of the week, that kind of thing. But at the same time, it's better. It's like a Band-Aid effect. If you just want to rip it out, it's better than actually hanging around and trying to peel it one little section at the time, because it takes longer. But so you clarified my hesitation, my thought, where my thinking was going. So while I have you, can we take just a vote on whether we want to condition it, or we don't need that? Because
I mean, the other options we go with, Ms. Malik suggested percussive instruments be banned, so perhaps we can look at that instead.
That is something that the Code of Construction Practice team could investigate. They could talk about that, and they are the experts on what will minimise the impact on neighbours.
But we don't need to condition it, do we? Do we need to condition it, or is it something?
It's already in there.
Compliance it's already in there.
Code is already in there, and they really will look at all of these issues. That's their role.
Okay. Sin, are you satisfied with that?
I mean, if we don't put a condition, then I wouldn't be satisfied with voting in favour of this. But
okay.
It's the majority vote anyway. So. Okay.
So can I safely say we can take it now to a vote? We more or less have an idea where we are. The proposal are for a policy compliant basement under the footprint of the main building and less than 50% of the garden. And it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line and I'm going to ask you, Councillor Areti, are you in favor of this proposal or not?
Sorry, I was on mute. Although I admired the officer's report, but because of the noise, unfortunately, I have to turn it down. No,
so, are you gonna vote no?
No.
No. Okay. Councillor Evans.
I'm going to be very naughty. I'm going to vote yes.
Councillor Lowry.
On account of the noise, I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. And Councillor Woodger?
Well, as stated in the report, with the conditions listed in section 9, in favour, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm in favour. Thank you. So we've finished
that. That's been approved.
That's 3-2. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move, we're going to jump a little bit and move to Okay, Councillor Areti, you need to you need to stay out. Yeah, you're gonna sit this one out.
Yeah, physically not possible, but I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sit this out, and we are gonna now have flat 188 Holland Park.
Yeah. Yeah. Just checking on the legal issue. Do you have to declare now, or is it?
No, you just sign off and go away, and I think Tom, will you call him and tell him when the?
Yes, I certainly can. I'll call you back in at the end of the item.
He'll call you in. Oh, all right, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Hello. Good evening, all. So now we'll be presenting 88 Holland Park. So this is a listed building. So it's two planning applications. Planning permission, it's two applications, planning permission and the listed building consent. So the proposals relate to the, let me just see here, construction of a basement extension on the part of the rear garden with a link plus extensions to the front of the site and internal alterations. The location is the western spur of Holland Park, as we can see on the map now. The property benefits from a generous rear garden area, and the applicants seek to extend beneath part of the garden, which is towards the left-hand side of the screen on the site marked in red. So photos of the front dropped light well and photos of the rear aspect of the building and also rear garden, so we can appreciate how big the garden is. And then here we have a proposed garden level. So here I think I would just point out the front elevation towards the front of the site, which is to the left-hand side of the screen. We can see the light well has been filled, and the prevailing garden with planters and has been reinstated at that location with shallow light wells. And as it stands, we are going to see on the next drawings, it's just like fully open, so it has been altered. And towards the rear, there is a basement extension with a small link extension above ground adjacent to the existing stairs towards the rear of the building, and three roof lights, two to the north and to the upper part of the screen and one to the lower part of the screen. So here we go. This is a proposal of the main floor level, or actually lower ground floor level of the main building. So towards the front of the site, as it stands, the light well has been sort of carved out, so there is nothing there. What they are proposing now is to reinstate the original arrangement by extending there, so there would be a guest bedroom and some rooms, and reinstating the original smaller light wells to the front. And then towards the rear of the building, we can see an annotation in there, store, which is an existing stairs leading from upper ground to the garden. And just above that on the screen, there is another structure, and that structure is the linking point between the existing maisonette unit and the new basement extension, which we are going to see here. So this is the proposed basement floor plan, and the proposed basement cross section. So as we can see, it's set below garden, and then what else? So yeah, so I think this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ronaldo. Now we're going to move on to the next phase of this application, where we listen to the speakers, and we have three objectors. I'm going to call on Mrs. Diaz and John Cowdrey. Between you have 3 minutes, and you share it the best way you see.
Right. I want to raise the following objections on behalf of 87 Holland Park freeholders and residents. Section 57 of the basement SPD requires trees at adjacent properties to be considered. The shrubs and trees in our garden are growing against and immediately adjacent to the wall between 87 and 88. The proposed works will definitely impact on their root system. Has the arboricultural officer assessed this? What will be required to prevent damage or long-term harm to these mature trees and shrubs? 87 and 88 fall within the Holland Park critical drainage area. Basements are currently being constructed at 15 Woodsford Square, directly next to the gardens of 87 and 88, and opposite at 91 Holland Park. Planning permission has already been granted for a house with a 2-storey basement next to 89 Holland Park. Since the groundwater table assessment was undertaken prior to these works being completed, the SUD investigations have not considered the cumulative effect of the pressure created on the water table by all these subterranean developments. This is a very significant omission. Has the flood officer considered all this in reviewing the SUDs? Are the mitigating proposals, i.e. the positive pumping system, adequate to cope with this compound pressure? Point 314 of the RBKC basement SPD specifically states that basement proposals to a listed building should be structurally independent. GEA's supporting ground condition report recommends that existing foundations will need to be underpinned prior to construction or will need to be supported by new retaining walls. This is quoted from item 7, page 19 of the GEA's report. The drawings do not indicate a retaining wall. Therefore, one assumes that underpinning the original garden wall between 87 and 88 is proposed in accordance with the GEA report. Recommendation and subsequent reference in the CMS. This underpinning will be a fairly major structural undertaking. The CMS by Michael Barclay Partnership does not refer to underpinning in the sequence of works, although it does refer to underpinning in the risks to and impact on surrounding buildings. That's page 16 under 8. Is it permissible to underpin an existing adjoining listed building in order to facilitate a new development? If it is not permissible, then this application should be refused. Should you decide that this is permissible, then I would like to question the planning officer specifically on this point. Thank you. Hello?
Hello.
Thank you. Sorry, my mute didn't want to work. I had a little scare for a minute. Now, Councillor Aretti, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Chairman, sorry, there's also Mr. John Cowdrey was sharing 3 minutes with Mrs. Haas.
3 minutes up.
The 3 minutes are up.
Sure.
Yeah,
the 3 minutes are up.
3 minutes are up, are they?
Yeah, I did call them both, but I assumed they had an arrangement. Sorry, is
okay. If 3 minutes is up, it's Councillor Aretti then.
Yeah, for 2 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I absolutely share my residents' objection. The reason I strongly feel why this application is a clear breach of the basement policy of our SPD policy CL7 and failed to comply with clause CL7A, which is the basement exceeding more than 50%. So I quote from the basement SPD, not exceed a maximum of 50% of each garden or open part of the site. If you look into the director's report on page 6, section 8 and number 3 in the table, it clearly says that this proposal covers more than 50% of the site. This is enough to object that this is a substantial breach of a council basement policy. And further to this, reinstallation of the light wells. This is against a SPD policy CL7G and CL7H. You can see that in page 6, section 8, table number 2. Table number 2 in the table. Right. Secondly, the effect of human side. There is a potential cumulative effect and impact on residents' well-being. the residents are entitled to live in peace and in tranquility. I appreciate that this is a city and we expect noise and some sort of disruption, but with the cumulative effect from the adjacent current planning, where there are 3 undergoing planning application that's been approved within a few meter radius, could go on for about 18 months. This surrounding building have a sheer amount of full-time residents who are elderly, vulnerable and frail, who would of course be affected by the cumulative noise and disruption. Finally, Chairman, I've got no confidence in the applicant approach to the local resident. The applicant is a member of the Local Residents Association, have never approached the chairman or the members or the neighboring, but during the proposal stage. This is again against the advice of the SPD section 2.3. And finally, the resident is not a full-time living resident, nor a permanent resident. So the intended planning could either be for leisure, luxury, in a multi-occupancy home. So for the following reasons, I strongly object the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Retty. And now we move to the applicant or the agent, Tracy Rust, and you have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Councillor. If I can just start off by saying that during 2020, the project team took the opportunity to engage with council officers using the pre-application advice service. Discussions took place over many months with remote meetings held, the extent to which has informed the scheme now before you for determination. The proposals include significant benefits to the building, including reinstating the front light wells and replacement windows that are more in keeping with the original style, all of which enhance the significance of the heritage asset and are welcomed by your officers, as referenced in the committee report at 6.6 and 6.8. We note that these positive enhancements were also endorsed by the Holland Park Residents Association. The proposals include excavating under part of the rear garden to create a new basement level. The proposed basement development is wholly compliant with policy CL7 as advised by your officers in paragraph 6.14. The basement is a sufficient distance from the listed building and set in from the boundary walls. No more than 50% of the garden area would be built under. The light wells are small with planters around the perimeter and are integrated into the garden landscaping scheme to minimise their visual impact. It should be noted here actually that the light wells have been considerably reduced in size as a direct result of the pre-application discussions with your senior officers. No trees would need to be felled to accommodate the development, and a comprehensive landscaping scheme would enhance overall the visual amenity of the local area. The scheme also utilises a sustainable drainage system to mitigate the effects from surface water and sewer flooding, and would provide a 50% betterment over and above the existing situation. This is also a benefit and a material consideration, particularly as Holland Park lies within a critical drainage area. With regard to the comments made, an arboricultural assessment of all trees in close proximity was carried out and submitted with the application. Your council, your own council tree officer was satisfied, and this is endorsed in paragraph 6.1 of your report. The attenuation tank is required to comply with policy CE2 to mitigate the effects of surface water runoff. This is a requirement for even small-scale development that does not involve a basement. The tank does not form an integral part of the basement extension, therefore. Whilst I'm no expert on structural matters, all I would say is that MBP, who devised the structural scheme and would oversee construction of the basement, are well-respected engineers in their field and are known to the Royal Borough for supervising numerous such developments successfully and devising schemes having full regard to policy CL7. Whilst it is recognised there is likely to be some disturbance during construction, where new development is being carried out, whether it includes a basement or not, will undoubtedly cause some disturbance to local residents. The submission documents have demonstrated how construction impacts would be managed in order to minimise the impact on neighbours' living conditions during construction works. As concluded in paragraph 6.17 of your officer's report, the proposed development is not considered to have a significant harmful impact on neighbouring occupiers to warrant refusal of the scheme on that ground alone. We are aware that a number of conditions would be imposed which are specific to basement development and which are there to safeguard existing residential amenity as far as is reasonably practicable during construction works. Your officer's report concludes that through a sympathetic design, the new basement with its associated manifestations, being the modest extension to connect the basement level with the existing building and rear light wells, would not result in significant harm to the listed building. The less than substantial harm is outweighed by the positive benefits of reinstating the front light wells, replacement windows and other alterations which overall enhance the building and character and appearance of the conservation area. As concluded by your officers, the proposed development is in compliance with development plan policies and the applications are thus recommended for approval. And we respectfully ask that you uphold your officers' recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We now shall move to the next phase of this application, and which is asking councillors if they have, and we have 4 councillors with questions. I'm going to go down the line and ask Councillor Evans, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
And can you specify who your question for? Is it the applicant or the objector?
For the objector, please. I would like to know what consultation have you extended to the opposite side? Sorry.
Question.
Sorry.
Clear what you're asking.
Applicant. It's to the applicant. Sorry about that.
We have had no consultation with the applicant. The applicant has actually never approached us directly about this problem. Also, the officers of the council and nor the applicant have been into our garden to look at our trees. Our trees are right next to the wall that is going to be affected, whereas the trees in 88 are at the back of the garden. Ours are all along the wall.
They've never been into our garden.
And they have never looked at our garden, neither the applicant nor the council.
Okay. Can we ask the answer from the applicant or not, or do you rather?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can ask the applicant and the objector.
Yes, that's right.
Miss, is it Tracy Rust? Are you available to respond to Councillor Evans?
Yeah, yes, of course. During the early stages of the pre-application process, and before the full application was submitted, I do know that local residents and the Residents Association were notified by the consulting transport engineers regarding the construction traffic management plan. Whether the applicant has spoken to local neighbours, I'm not aware. But we did engage with local residents and the Residents Association in respect of the construction traffic management plan.
That's the thing. You should say that now.
Yeah. Can I just say that?
Sorry, is it you're responding to Councillor Evans or?
Yes. Yeah. I'm responding to the applicant's representative,
Tracy Rust.
Right,
Chairman. Chairman, sorry. This could get out of hand. It's a legal officer. This is the point where councillors can ask questions of the applicant and the objector. They cannot cross-examine each other or comment on what the other is saying. They can only answer questions asked of them by the councillors.
Okay, sorry. Did you get that? Sorry. That you can't. But Janet, you can ask a question.
Well, there's definitely been some miscommunication here. That's what I'm getting from this. But I have my answers from both of them.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Any other Councillor Lowry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I am deeply concerned with what I just heard a minute ago. I was going to ask the agent who described her own consultations with the council officers, she omitted to mention, Ms. Rust omitted to mention any consultation about the application design with the neighbours. And from the answer to Councillor Evans' question, I think it is confirmed now that we do not have any evidence, primary or secondary, that there has been any consultation with local residents, even though that is required as part of our planning policy. And I honestly am rather in shock because this is a very unusual circumstance now. Can I ask the objectors, are you still there?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Could you respond to what the agent, Ms. Rust, said in answer to the last question? And can you confirm what I have just said, whether my statement I made is accurate or not about the consultation process or lack of?
Absolutely accurate.
Chairman, sorry.
Just a second. Can we just hold off a little bit? Lorna, you want to say something to me? Okay.
No, not
okay.
stage.
Okay.
I've
All
got
right. Sorry.
to ask.
Mr. Cowdery, I know. Excuse me. You were supposed to speak, but we get you. You missed your.
So I haven't made my speech, but I can answer the questions.
Okay. Okay. Then are you answering Councillor Evans's question, or?
I'm answering the question in connection with neighbourhood consultation.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to ask that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Could all of the objectors answer my question, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. We were consulted about the construction traffic management plan. That is absolutely correct. We were not consulted in any shape, form or description with in connection with the application per se. The Residents Association did comment favourably in respect of the reintroduction of the front light well back to its kind of original form, which is traditional in the area. However, we did not comment favourably in favour of the main or the second part, which is really a second application relating to the basement and the garden. And I think that the council is wrong to regard these as a single application.
But they are sorry. Can I? But they are regarded as a single application, and one will have to come with the other. So would you, is it something you would consider sacrificing, or is it so much, you rather not have the whole thing?
We'd rather not have the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Larry, go ahead.
It's what they are proposing in the front is a minor enhancement. It's basically gaining them bedrooms and living space. It is of no great value to anybody else, and it doesn't counterbalance what they're doing in the back to a beautiful garden and what they're imposing on their neighbours. And I'll just say that in fact our adjoining house 86 didn't even get a notification of the planning application. Not only were they not consulted, and they live there. They all live there permanently, and they're elderly. Some of them are elderly. They're working at home, a lot of them. They are real residents, not 2 months a year residents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowry, do you have any other questions, or shall I move on to Councillor Woodger?
Well, my other question is to the agent. Because this is a conservation area, the test you have to pass is, quote, whether these proposals would preserve and enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area, together with the architectural and historic interests of the Grade 2 listed building, because we have to grant listed building consent. Now, our own planning policy CL7 on basements specifically resists basement applications to listed buildings. So this would be a very unusual application should it be passed by this committee. Could you explain to us how the basement, which as far as I understand would be unusual and resisted by our own planning policy, enhanced the conservation area? And I also would like the objectors to respond to that.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes, thank you. Well, Actually, firstly, this isn't an unusual application, and particularly not in Holland Park itself. There have been, and your officers will be able to verify this, that there have actually been a number of basement applications very similar to this granted in Holland Park, because that they are not under the listed building, as your senior officer with the first application mentioned, Stephanie Malik. And this proposal is for a basement extension under the rear garden. Now, as I say, this is a very similar proposal to, I believe it's number 59, which has been the works done, completed, finished. Number 2, Holland Park, where the works are actually being undertaken at the moment. And I'm sure your officers will be able to verify that there are a significant number of others in the Holland Park. This isn't an unusual application. Turning to the point of whether the proposals preserve or enhance, the proposals do preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area because the basement is underground and it won't be seen. Once the development is completed, the conservation area is preserved. It will be enhanced, the conservation area will be enhanced by virtue of the significant positive benefits to the building that your officers support wholly and welcome. And that is the reinstatement of the light well, the front light well, and the replacement windows and other alterations that overall improve the visual appearance of this listed building and overall, therefore, enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. As your officers say, it's wholly compliant with development plan policies.
Thank you. Sina, you have any more questions or?
Yeah, I mean, I would like the objectors to respond, but I meant the main unusual part of this application is the fact there's been no consultation that anyone is aware of.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre. But I mean, also in there, we have skylights. I mean, could you talk about the skylights and the visual pollution if possible? I also want the objectors to address that.
There's 2 objectors now. Which one do you want to address it?
Either, it's up to them, really.
Either. Okay.
Judy, I think you talked about it next door.
Sorry. We actually live at the basement level, but the neighbours, both in 88 and 86 and 88 and 87, have all objected because of the light pollution.
Okay.
Also, nobody is impressed by the so-called enhancement argument. The enhancement is so-called enhancement affects only the basement that's hardly visible from the street. It isn't unless you head over the wall. This is an imaginary benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Woodger, do you have any questions?
My question for the objectors is, if you could put a single or a couple of amendments into this application to mitigate any negative aspects of it, what would you put in as an amendment if you're in my position, as it were?
I'm going to say one thing, Judy, just to jump in first, if that's okay. And it really comes down to the point of consultation, and that is really a big driver that we as the Residents Association tries to get across to all of our members. And that is that if this had been approached in a consultative manner right from the start, we probably wouldn't be having these conversations now. So to answer your question specifically in terms of an amendment, it would need to be something in connection with the construction management statement, I would think, because the construction method that's been proposed at the moment is what I would view as a top-down approach, which is, I think, the noisier of the 2 possible approaches. The less noisy approach is to do it from the bottom up. It is more costly, I gather, and more complicated. However, it mitigates greatly in favor of neighbouring properties, because the noise of the actual excavation of the basement area and the creation of the basement space actually takes place underneath a slab that is placed as the second stage of the basement construction rather than as the later stage. I'm aware of these only not because I'm technical in any way, but because that is a methodology that has been suggested and applied in a number of other developments, not least of all Duke's Lodge, which was done in our area. And that was one of the things that was imposed by the borough at the time that Duke's Lodge was created. And it made a huge difference to the area. The construction company there was outstanding. And they although it was extremely noisy and disruptive, that was by far a better method of construction. So that would be an amendment.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can hear you, Councillor.
Chair, I think I'm muted.
Muted. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Mrs. De Haas and John Cowdery. Sorry, we didn't hear you speak before, but you made up for it, more than made up for it. Thank you very much. We're moving on now. We're going to discuss as councillors and hopefully come to something. Councillors, any thoughts? I'm going to start with Councillor Evans.
Yes,
Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Have we skipped? I keep losing my connection. But have we had the phase where the councillors ask questions of the officers?
Oh, sure. Yeah. You're right. Sorry. We talked so much. I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking it's 8 o'clock. Sorry.
Yes,
we need to ask the officers. Sorry. Ronaldo. Sorry. We need to ask you now. I'm going to start the kick off the questions by asking, do we have similar basements even in Holland Park? Whereby it is on that side in the garden as opposed to underneath the building or around the building?
Yeah, yes, Councillor. I have personally dealt with a few of them. I do not remember necessarily where they are, but I think the agents mentioned 2 examples, 59 and number 2, and I quickly checked here. So I think she's probably correct in that. But I have personally dealt with basements in the past, and basically what I would like to clarify to the committee is that the principle of excavating one single-story basement extension beneath no more than 50% of the rear garden is acceptable in this part of the conservation area. A single-story basement extension beneath the main building is not acceptable, so we have not granted. But a basement extension beneath no more than 50% of the garden with a pinch point linking to the main building only, i.e. just to make sure that the least impact is caused to the building, that is acceptable, yeah, in principle.
Okay, and the other thing I was going to ask is when we had our arboriculturist visit, they visited they visited 88.
Well, I am unable to confirm that for certain, but all what I can say is that this application, we had two rounds of pre-applications before, and the arboriculturists have then been consulted. Planning officers are unable to go on site at this present moment because of the pandemic. However, I think arboriculturists, they are coming to the office because in turns, they are taking turns, so they are coming to the office. And I am aware that they are going to some sites. I am not, and I'm unable to confirm as to whether they have visited adjacent properties, but I can say for certain that they have been able to do a thorough assessment on the basis of the assessment which has been provided and which includes an appraisal of existing on-site trees and adjacent trees as well. And one thing which I was going to clarify is, I think, with all due respect to objectors as well, is I heard someone mentioning shrubs. just to clarify, shrubs, we do not have any control over shrubs. So we only have control over trees. And in this instance, the arboriculturist is satisfied that the proposals would not have any adverse impact on trees. The officer has in fact commented that the footprint of the extension would intrude to a degree into the root protection area of, if I'm not mistaken, a magnolia tree, which is on the applicant's site itself. But the officer found that not to be that harmful, and also the proposals provide for additional trees, which the arboriculturist was satisfied with overall.
But the trees, sorry, but the trees I'm concerned about is not the trees in the applicant's address. It's the trees in the neighboring address where Mrs. De Haas were saying because of the location of the basement and the digging and her trees are adjacent to that site. So is it, I don't know, is it something you think maybe we can condition if they do any damage to the tree to replace them, for instance, or something like that?
Well, I would be reluctant to do that, Councillor, because the officer has looked at that. So as I said, I'm not unable to confirm if the officer went this time on site, but he may have been there before, prior to the pandemic. And also the appraisal would pick on adjacent site trees as well. So not just on site, but adjacent site trees. Okay. But all what I wanted to say is that if they, I don't know if they happen to be a mixture of trees and shrubs. No. If they are trees, they have been taken in consideration, but shrubs, we would not have the control to make sure that they are not trimmed, removed, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to...
Excuse me, that is we own the garden. Nobody has been into our garden.
So, thank you. Sorry, we can't... At this stage,
correct.
Thank you. At this stage, I can't take any questions or comments from anybody else except for councillors speaking to officers. I have a hand here. Is it Councillor Larry? Is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's a new hand for officers.
Okay, go ahead. For officers.
So, officers have mentioned that they justify that this basement will cover more than 50% of the garden, and they're justifying it on the basis that the basement's set away from the building and contains a link to it. But that is not a justification under our own planning policy. So I'm just going to read out a part of our planning policy which relates to the 50% of the garden. The justification for this policy is, quote, retaining at least half of each garden will enable natural landscape and character to be maintained, give flexibility in future planting, including in major trees, support biodiversity, and allow water to drain through the upper aquifer. That's the reason given in our own planning policy. That's 34.3.54 of the justifications for this policy for why we need to retain at least 50% of the garden. And the reason given by the officer just now is not a justification in our own planning policy. So I want to know where he got that from, because I can't find it anywhere.
Thank you. Ronaldo?
Yes, so basically, I have assessed the proposals and I have assessed all the information provided as part of the application pack, and I am of the view that the basement does not breach the 50% rule. Whilst in normal circumstances, we prefer if the basement is set directly behind the building, perhaps, so that we have a greater unaffected stretch of garden towards the rear, perhaps. In this instance, the basement has been designed to cause the least harm to the main Grade 2 listed property. And as such, it is set slightly further away from the building. That's why it looks on the plans as centrally positioned within the rear garden area. But the 50% calculation is calculated on the basis of the entire open parts of the site. So all of that area calculated, the applicant has submitted confirmation that the footprint of the building, the basement extension would not exceed 50% of that entire area. So as such, I am of the view that the proposals would not breach 50% of the garden. That's why I have recommended the application for approval.
But Section 8 of your own report says that it's appreciated that the basement appears to cover more than 50% of the site. So we know that it covers already more than 50% of the garden. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. And I don't see your justification in our own planning policy. The only justification for this policy I see written down is to preserve trees, support biodiversity, and allow water to drain through the upper aquifer. So, I mean, from what I have in my own policy in front of me, literally word for word, it doesn't back up what you've just said now, which also doesn't back up what's in the report. So I just find this deeply weird.
Okay, Councillor, may I ask you to refer me again to the paragraph you mentioned?
Sure. Section 8 of the report, where the report answers questions from the objectors. At the top of the second page in Section 8, whilst it is appreciated that the basement appears to cover more than 50% of the site, etc., etc. So there already is in the officer's report an acknowledgement that the basement covers more than 50% of the site.
Appears, but it says appears.
Exactly. Thank you.
So why would you say that if it's wrong? Because the report which you've given us says that it appears to cover more than 50% of the site. You wouldn't put that in there if that wasn't correct.
But I understand.
Chairman, sorry, could I just say something? It's Lisa Chung.
Please, yes,
thank you. So if I could just refer you to the report, if you look at paragraph 6.14 under construction impact, the first line says the proposed basement would occupy no more than 50% of the rear garden. Yeah. Moving on to section 8 and the third comment, which is the comment that Councillor Lowry has referred us to, that comment from the neighbour says that the basement would also appear to cover more than 50% of the garden area. And what Ronaldo has done here in his response is said, whilst it's appreciated that the basement appears to cover more than 50%, this is because it's set some distance away. So it's responding to the comment that it would appear to be more than 50%, but we have already said in our report, and as Ronaldo has said to you this evening, it is officers' view that this basement would occupy no more than 50% of the rear garden in terms of calculation. I hope that provides some clarity.
I appreciate that, but I just find it difficult to understand because a measurement is either fact or not fact. So we should be able to know now whether it's 50% or not, or more or not, because it's a defined area.
No, we do, and we, as it says in 6.14, officers' view, having looked at the drawings and assessed them, that the basement does not occupy more than 50%. Obviously, the neighbours have a different view, and that's what Ronaldo has attempted to respond to in Section 8.
Fine. It's just deeply confusing the way this is all.
I appreciate that, and I do think, I think the point here is that because it is set away from the house, the building, and therefore is further into the garden, you could look at the drawings and think that yes, it's more than 50% if you're looking solely at the garden plan in particular. But in terms of actual area and extent of that garden, we believe it's no more than 50%.
My only other question was about the consultation process, and especially given this is in a conservation area, it is emphasised in every part of our plan that neighbours need to consult, but we don't have any evidence based on the answers that were given to Councillor Evans or myself that happened, and I just find that concerning. And whether that's the view of the council and the lead member for planning, whether he had any involvement in this, because it's unusual for a basement of this scale with so many objections to have had no consultation done. It's just odd, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Would you like me to respond to that, Chairman? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Sorry, yes, please. Say the same thing I'm going to say. So there is no requirement in policy or legislation for neighbours to consult, applicants to consult neighbours in terms of the preparation of an application on the face of it. So in terms of obviously things like the CTMP, yes, there should be some dialogue. In our statement of community involvement, we encourage applicants to do this. We say that early engagement is the way in which it should be done, and that you should bring your neighbours in and along the journey with you, but we can't make them do that, and it's not a material consideration in the determination of the application. So whilst it might be frustrating to hear tonight that perhaps the applicant hasn't done more in terms of speaking to his neighbours, it isn't a consideration before you tonight in terms of whether or not this application is acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Ronaldo, do you have anything to add?
Well, basically, just following on from that, the CTMP indicates that a adequate number of properties have been consulted within question 7. And also, I think there was a comment from one of the objectors stating that the residents of number 86 Holland Park haven't received a notification letter. And then that is covered within the report. However, I would like to reiterate that the council is not statutorily obliged to notify properties which are share a boundary with the site, and number 86 does not share a boundary with the site. In spite of that, site notice and the press notice have been issued as well, so they would be able to pick up on that, or by way of speaking to their neighbors as well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have another hand here. Councillor Woodger.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to do with the usage of the property. Are there any limitations of what the extension can be used for? That's the offices.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so basically, it's auxiliary residential accommodation to the existing dwelling. So I think the drawings indicate some auxiliary uses in there. Which, let me just go back to the drawings. Sorry, just trying to go back in here. So here we can see an entertainment room. Normally people have cinemas, underground cinemas, gyms, as it is the case in here, a spa room, etc. and etc. Yeah, so it's basically auxiliary to the residential existing residential dwelling.
But are there any legal limits of what it can't be, for example?
No, there are none. We try to discourage for example, if you proposed for a underground bedroom, for example, we would not encourage that, because an underground bedroom probably would be not an adequate living accommodation, let's say, in terms of a natural ventilation and the natural daylight levels. This is a there are some compromises to basements such as this, particularly as the natural light conditions and ventilations would be not as generous to those you normally have on buildings above ground. And that's why people normally propose for underground cinemas or entertainment rooms like these, or gyms and so on. And they do tend to function because a lot of people build them at the moment. Yeah.
So it's just ancillary usage. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Evans, do you have anything else? No? Okay.
Well, wait, I just wanted to ask the officers.
Yes.
Before voting.
Yeah.
We have had cases where we did ask the parties to go and consult and come back. I'm not happy right now about the animosity here. Is there anything we could do? I'm asking the legal advisor.
Yeah, legal advisor here.
No.
I mean, as the officers have just said, there's no legal or policy requirement for applicants to consult on main applications before they submit, and they have obviously consulted on the CMP, and of course the council has consulted when the application was received. And obviously, I don't think anyone is complaining that they're not aware of the application and have had the chance to comment on it and to object to it. One thing, it wouldn't be a reason for refusal to say just because, the applicant didn't consult up front with the neighbours, that's not a reason for refusal. That's not a planning ground to refuse. So, and there has been consultation in accordance with the statutory requirements, which the council itself has carried out. So I don't think anything much further could be gained by going back a step, because there has been a lot of consultation since the application has been in.
Okay.
So I don't know if Lisa wants to add to that.
Yeah, I got the point. I was just wondering if there is anything we could do, because it is a shame in such a nice area to have people really with so much animosity between them. It'd be nice to start the project in a good way.
Would you like me to just comment? Sorry, just to pick up on what Lorna has just said.
Yeah.
I mean, we have had examples where we have asked applicants to carry out a consultation exercise, as Councillor Evans has said. I mean, we tend to do that more for specific conditions and details rather than applications itself. I mean, the only time that's ever really happened is whether or not there's been a need for additional site visits and things like that. But as we have said, because there is no policy requirement for them to do that, we cannot make an applicant do it. You might think that there are some conditions that we have recommended to you this evening that you think would benefit from wider or certainly more engagement.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If everybody's satisfied, maybe Sina?
The other two things I was thinking of, cumulative impact. So cumulative impact is a material consideration, and it was said in the presentations that there are concurrent developments which have been authorised going on nearby. So would that be a material consideration for us to consider the cumulative impact should this be approved? And my other question was on can we put conditions on CTMP coming back to committee, and also on whether the roof and skylights can only be shone at a certain time, or yeah, that was my question.
I think we can. I think it's easy to put a condition that the CTMP comes back to committee. What do you think, Lisa? Is that something?
Sorry.
Is that
something with me? We could minute it, so we wouldn't condition it.
It won't condition.
We would minute that request so that when it came in as a condition, we would bring it back. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, how does everybody else feel we can do that to mitigate some of the discomfort?
I thought about that. I mean, I wasn't sure it was worth it, but if you feel, if we can minute it, then fine.
It will. I don't know. It will give the neighbors some kind of comfort that, you know, everybody's watching, and it's, you know, I don't know, how does everybody else feel? Sina, Janet?
I could live with that.
Okay. Shall I do? I mean, do you feel we can take it to a vote, or do you want to discuss it further? Because I'm looking at the time. It's 8:30, and we're only in number 2. And guess what? We have 11. We have 10 to go. Oh, 9 to go. So, shall we put it to? So yes.
Yeah, Chairman. Can we do planning permission and listed building separately? So planning permission first.
Yes, it's going to be and then listed building separate. Yeah, absolutely.
So we're voting on the recommendation, but just it's going to be minuted that the CTMP shall come back to committee. So we're voting on that.
Yes, yeah, and the proposed development would preserve the special architectural and historic interest of the Grade 2 listed property and the character and appearance of the Holland Park Conservation Area. It would not have a significant impact on living conditions presently enjoyed by neighbors. The submitted construction method statement, which includes a section on noise, vibration and dust mitigation measures, and draft construction traffic management plan comply with relevant planning policies and the requirement of the basement supplementary planning document. It is therefore recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line and I'm going to ask Janet.
Yes, I will vote for approval subject to what we discussed.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so Janet granted.
Yes.
Larry, Sina?
I'm against.
And Maxwell?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour. Thank you. And now we go to the vote on the listed. Let me see the read. Listed building, yeah. We vote on the. I can't find it. And now we vote. Sorry.
Last few yellow pages.
Looked at all the yellow. Oh, yes, yeah, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, it's the proposal would safeguard the special architectural character and historic interest and the setting of grade 2 listed building and neighboring listed building. Please see report blah blah blah. It is recommended the committee grant listed building consent subject to the conditions set out on section 2. I'm going to go down the line. I'm going to backward. Maxwell.
In favour, Chair.
Sina.
Against.
And Janet.
Grant, please.
And I will grant also. Thank you. So this is granted. The next is flat A 29. Councillor Areti, can you come back now? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
the next. Yeah. The next one is Longridge Road, SW5.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, so it's item S22, which is the third in the South Pack. Just whilst members are getting their papers in order, I'll just also draw your attention to the addendum report. There's a couple of things to draw your attention to. One is some drawings that were provided by the applicant. These were actually circulated via email to members last week and to all the objectors. And the drawings just correct some inaccuracies with the existing situation in terms of the boundary between the application site and the neighbouring property at number 27. So everyone has had the benefit of seeing those drawings. We have accepted them as I think it's helpful in order for members to fully appreciate the development proposals. Also, one of the registered objectors has helpfully provided some further photographs which were emailed to you today, but are also within your addendum pack. So just have those in front of you as I go through my presentation. So the application site is a 4-storey plus lower ground floor mid-terraced Victorian house. And the planning application itself relates to flat A, which is located on the lower ground and raised ground floor level. This aerial photograph just gives you an idea of the street in the context. The property in question is the second from the right in that row of properties along there, near the junction with Templeton Place. The flat currently has a lower ground floor extension which partially infills the recess next to the closet wing and steps up to a terrace area adjacent to the boundary with number 27. You can see that on the left-hand side image. The application before you seeks to demolish this infill and erect a double-storey glass extension in this recessed area. You can see the rear elevation of the proposal on the right-hand side of the two images on the screen. The extension incorporates a sloping roof, which would extend 4.4 metres in depth, probably best illustrated by the right-hand section drawing on the slide there for you. This section also shows the proposed new staircase from the upper ground floor level down into the garden. And you can see that the existing staircase is shown on the left and the proposed on the right, so it is shifted deeper into the garden area. Again, probably helpful to show you this in plan. So this is the lower ground floor plan with the existing situation above and the proposed below. As I say, note the new staircase position, which is not only now further into the garden, but also has shifted slightly to be now directly adjacent to the boundary with number 27. And very briefly here, the existing ground floor above and the proposed new situation below. I've included this slide just to talk you through the proposed boundary treatment. So this is the boundary, as I said, with number 27. So the extension itself features new brickwork above the existing brick boundary wall, and then an obscure glass window above. You can see that there's a red arrow on the far right hand side of the plans before you there that just annotates that for you. And then there is also a new screen above the boundary wall, which would screen the users of the staircase, and this would be obscure glass. And the turquoise line there that you can just make out, that shows you where the staircase would be in relation to that boundary wall and that new screen. The last couple of slides I'll show you just are some of photographs of the site and the existing situation. So you can clearly see the existing infill extension at lower ground floor and the staircase next to the boundary wall. That yellow arrow just shows you the boundary wall with number 27. And lastly, some different perspectives there just to show you the relationship with the neighbour. And then the photo on the right hand side is the view rearwards from the application property itself. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Thank you.
Sorry to intervene. I heard all of that, but I didn't see any of it. I've just had a spinning loading circle on a white box.
Maybe your internet is slowing down or something, because I usually, when the blue circle row circles is trying to catch up. Check your hub. I don't know.
Okay, it's come back. All
right. Hopefully, all the plans are within your.
It was in the pack, yeah.
So hopefully those and the photographs.
I can see it now. It's come back.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you, Katie. Now we move on to the next phase where objectors and applicant speak, and we have two objectors, Michelle Togg and Mr. Tuggerhurst. Is it Mr. or Miss M. Tuggerhurst? You have shared 3 minutes between you. You can use it how you like.
Chairman, just to remind you that you've already allowed James Baker to speak instead of Michelle Togg.
Oh yes,
they still want to do that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, yeah.
That's me.
By all means, go ahead. Yeah, you have 3 minutes between you, and so share it whichever way you want to. Yeah.
Okay, shall I go first, Nabil?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I live with Michelle Togg in the basement beside the proposed development, and the wall is already over 15 foot high, and it's completely imposing over our patio and view as it is. And obviously we bought it 18 years ago like this, and we've lived like this very, very happily. But any increase in the height of this wall is just not acceptable to us. For Michelle and myself, looking out of our bedroom window or sitting room window up to the trees and the sky is just, it's non-negotiable that can be restricted by somebody who wants a glass box built up above an already massive wall. It just doesn't seem fair. And then the new staircase, even on the diagonal, they want to put an opaque glass wall there, so they can't look over us. So they're trying to say that that's nice, so they can't overlook us. But the point is that means that more of our view up into the sky and the trees is is limited. It's all about the light, and I mean, obviously it's a basement flat, so we're used to not brilliant light, but any reduction in light or views, I just don't think it's fair for just a greenhouse stuck on top. I mean, they can do whatever they like on the ground floor, but as I say, it's a huge wall already, and any increase in height, it's not. That's what I'm objecting to. Anyway, thank you, Chairman.
You can fin.
Shall I stop now?
Yeah. Thank you.
There's just over a minute left.
Sorry,
Chair.
there is a minute left.
Just over a minute left. Yeah.
Oh,
so I thought you guys are sharing it.
No, he's got his own technology.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, yeah, Mr. Taggart. He's called Nabil Taggarist.
Okay, is Mr. Taggarist with us, Tom?
He is on the call. Yes. You just need to unmute your device, Mr. Taggarist. You're on mute at the moment, so we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, we can. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Nabil Taggarist, and I live on the ground floor, 27 Longridge Road, adjacent to the 29. I have emailed the photo montage of the proposed extension. First one, the extension is the height of the existing wall, and which is always. The second is the extension massively narrow the view and height to my bedroom 1. And third one, on the photos, you will see that my second bedroom window is not very wide. Therefore, the extension will definitely block the view as well as the light. Mm-hmm. Now, are there any similar development along Longridge Road? Why do we have to spoil the nature of that Victorian house with a nice downstairs going to the garden?
That's 3 minutes.
Ugly block. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Taggarist. We get the point, but it's 3 minutes between you, and time is up. But you have an opportunity to elaborate when councillors ask you later on. Yeah, thank you. Now, thank you. Now, can I ask? There is 3 names here: James Hood, Ms. Sophie, and Annie Katari.
Yeah, James. Sorry, shall I start speaking? Yeah.
And you also have 3 minutes between you.
Okay. It's James here as the agent. I'll be speaking on behalf of both James and Sophie.
Okay, fantastic.
During the application, a concern was raised by Councillor Spalding in relation to the overlooking of the proposed staircase. Following these concerns, we worked alongside the planning officers to not only reduce the depth of the landing, but increase the steepness of the staircase, both meeting current building regulations. We also checked the heights of the boundary wall and added a small obscure glass to take the height over to 1.8. I'd firstly like to confirm that there was no terrace, which was listed on the concern at the upper level, but a small landing that is required for building regulations and both a safety feature and secondly a staircase that acts as a means of escape. The staircase will only be a transition from the dining space down to the lower level. There is no outside seating area or outside amenity space. As you see in the presentation, there is no way to overlook to the boundary neighbour, which was a concern with council. I'd like to now hand over to Annie.
Thank you. My fiancé and I bought our flat in December 2019 with the aim of converting it into a family home. Our plans for a south-facing infill extension within the rear closet wing are in line with the level 3 pre-app advice sought by the previous owners, who informed me that officers conducted a site visit in May 2018 as part of the process. The drawings we first submitted in December 2020 did not accurately represent the existing boundary wall and thus the proposed stairs. The changes James described, made in consultation with the planning officers, mitigate overlooking, and the revised drawings clearly show that the landing and the stairs are well behind the existing wall. Officers would have had an opportunity to assess any additional issues during the site visit in 2018. There are a number of factual inaccuracies in the objecting statements which I do not have time to address, namely, there are no trees in the rear closet wing. There are many examples of similar infill extensions on Longridge Road and in the conservation area. Some even have a terrace on the ground floor. Given the mitigation measures put in place, I respectfully request the committee follow the guidance of their officers and please grant permission as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, thank you all for sharing and for informing us. I am going now. I'm now going to pass it on to councillors, and we're going to ask questions of both parties. Councillor Woodger, do you have a question?
I'll wait for the councillors at this stage.
Okay, Councillor Evans.
No, I will have a question for the officers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lowry.
I thought the presentations were excellent, so it's been explained to me.
Okay, Councillor Aretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the slide number 27. There's a yellow arrow mark. That glass window or the door, whatever it is. Is that like a living room, or is that, could one of the objectors explain, please? Or is it just I don't know.
It's a bed. It's Tagris's bedroom. Mr. Tagris's bedroom.
Okay. Right, got it. To the applicant, so your glass window, would that exceed the white borderline?
No, it would not, sir.
It wouldn't exceed. It would be below that one.
It's not below it.
Sorry.
What are you talking about?
So can you see slide 27 right now on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, my question is,
James, feel free to answer as well. But the glass extension we're proposing follows a sloping line, and it's the entire structure is below the white line, as shown in the plans.
Yeah, I'd like to confirm that the extension wall, the roof and the side glass panel are not a horizontal level, but gently slope back up and then hit where that you see just above where that yellow arrow is. So basically in line with the white painted brickwork.
But it's fairly obvious. The roof has to go. The roof has to start at that white line above the windows.
Yes, and then it gently slopes down to the garden, so reducing the impact as it moves towards the garden.
Exactly. So it's narrowing Nabil's view.
So Mr. Woods, sorry, could someone go to 27, please?
Yes, it definitely will narrow the view from both bedrooms at 27 Longridge Road ground floor.
Okay, I have. So sorry, you have another question, Ariel?
Yeah, go on, Chairman. My question was simple. How far, in terms of measurement, either inches or feet, or probably inches, would go from the actual wall to how high? I know there could be measurements, so maybe Mr. Wood could answer that.
James? James, you're on
Sorry,
mute.
do you mean Mr. Hood? Sorry. Yes, so the boundary wall would raise up at the highest point by just over 1.5 metres, with metre of that, or 900 millimetres of that being obscure glass as a lightweight structure, in line with the white painted wall as discussed to the back photo, which was on the previous slide.
So this slide in front of us, slide number 27, there is a French door, and there is the wall is white where the French door is. So does the glass start at the line where the white wall start?
Yes, and then it lowers down as it goes.
And it lowers down. Does it lower down on the same level and the same angle as the stairs at the banisters?
No, it's a much gentler slope.
Much gentler, yes.
But is it the same measurement, or is it higher than the banisters?
As in the banister, sorry, I missed.
Is it the same height, or is it higher?
Higher than the banister, the glass screen?
Yeah.
Yes, as you see in this slide here, you can see it there. So the white bit above the purple line is the two glass skewer panels. The first one is part of the extension. The second one is the small element, wedged element glass screen that we put in to mitigate any concerns from the councillor during the application.
Okay, but the slope is not steep enough to mimic the existing height. It's going to be a little bit higher than what open air now it looks like. Do you see what I'm saying?
If we go back to the photo is probably the easier way to describe it. So where the depth is along where the existing platform is and the existing terraces out of our property's doors, that part of the wall is flat, and then it rakes down when it gets beyond the end of our annex.
Okay.
And at that point there, it's at 1.8 meters. So if you imagine the mimic of the neighbour's side, that wall is already above eye level, looking out of the bedroom.
Okay.
A lot above eye level.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor, any other councillors have any questions? Because we can move to asking officers questions. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Now we're going to move to the next phase where we're going to ask questions of the officers. Thank you. Who's going to go first?
I'm happy to.
Janet, okay.
Yes. In any of the surrounding houses, has there been a usage of glass? It's quite out of character with that architecture, and I was wondering if this is setting a precedent, or has glass been used in the backs of any of these houses on Longridge Road?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. There are other examples. I'm not sure if it's necessarily on Longridge Road, but in coming to the recommendation, the officer took into account the wider area and the conservation area, and glass is often seen as a suitable material for an infill extension, given that it's clearly a later addition to the property, and is clearly subordinate in both scale and design and character to the original building. So yes, we do often see these sort of proposals come forward. In terms of whether it sets a precedent, each site will be assessed on its own merits, depending on the immediate context and the visibility of such an extension.
Right. And may I ask another question, Chair?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Can you tell me about the lack of light? How will this structure affect the lack of light? Because that's a serious consideration for the neighbors, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think given the orientation of the properties in terms of light, certainly daylight and sunlight, I don't imagine there will be a material change. It certainly is a consideration, and one you'll notice the officer has taken into account. I think that the more pertinent issue here is the additional height and the impact that might have in terms of a sense of enclosure for the occupiers of number 27. As we've heard, both the objectors raised that concern. All I'd say is that the officer did have the benefit of going on site on this one, and so the recommendation before you is based upon a site visit to the application site, obviously not including a visit to the objectors at number 27.
Right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Reggie, is this a new hand or old hand?
Yeah, it's a new one. Thank you,
Okay.
Chairman. Thanks, Katie. Just checking, regardless of the height of the glass new wall. So I think you already answered Janet's question about the visibility for the neighbour. I don't think it's an obstruction, I guess. And secondly, if there's a sun rays directly coming and hitting the glass, would the glass penetrate more heat on the other side, or transfer or transmit more heat on the other side? Or is the glass materially, I don't know, I mean, in sync with the, it's
You're
natural.
concerned about heat?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The first one, I think you answered Janet's question. There wouldn't be, regardless of the height of the glass, the neighbors could still see the sky or or the open space. The second one is the sun rays issue.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly the view of view from the window at lower ground floor and at ground floor will change. The increase in the height of the boundary will have an impact on that. I guess the assessment that members have to make is whether that's a harmful impact. Just because something changes doesn't necessarily mean that it is a harmful change. So certainly that view will change. In terms of any heat from any sunshine sort of bouncing off that glazing, I wouldn't want to advise incorrectly on that. I wouldn't have thought so. It's 900 in height, and I think you could say it would have a comparable impact to perhaps a conservatory structure that might be next to a residential property or window. I wouldn't have thought so. Would be my answer.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Sina, do you have a question?
No, it's been covered by the other councillors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can we? Do you think we're in agreement and we can we can come to a vote, or do you want to discuss it any further?
Come to a vote.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it to a vote. Sorry. Okay.
We can vote, Chair.
The proposed external alteration and additions would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area and the appearance of the individual building, with no material impact on living conditions enjoyed by neighbors in terms of sense of enclosure, sunlight and daylight, and or overlooking levels when compared to existing conditions. It is therefore recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line. Councillor Evans.
I'm against.
Councillor Aretti.
Sorry, Chairman, I was on mute. I'm in favour, Chair.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Lowry.
I'm against.
And I'm in favour. Okay, thank you. We can now move to.
That one's been approved. 3-2.
Yeah. 3-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3-2. And now we can move to item agenda S23, which is number 38 to 40 Penworth Road, SW5. No one is sitting this out. Sorry.
Yeah, that's me again. Thank you, Chairman. So the application site is a pair of properties at number 38 and number 40 Penworth Road. These buildings are in use as an HMO, and the rear gardens have been joined to form a single space for the occupiers of the HMO. And planning permission is sought for an outbuilding at the rear of the site. You'll have seen from the report and the photos in the pack that the building has already been constructed in part, but I'll run you through some of the plans anyway, just to give you a clear indication of the overall proposals once finished. So this elevation shows you the frontage onto the garden. And the side elevation here just showing the relationship with the boundaries and the overall depth and height of the structure. And this photograph is of the building partially constructed. You'll see it's timber and it incorporates 2 doors and windows, and there's some roof lights on the flat roof as well. And this last slide I've included just shows you an aerial photograph to give you an appreciation of the site's context. The sites there shown with the red arrow. I think things that here to note are the depth and length of the gardens and the presence of other outbuildings and comparable locations elsewhere. Just to note that the outbuildings use will be ancillary space to the HMOs. The building will be housing washing machines and laundry facilities for the tenants. There were some previous trees in the gardens. You can see the photograph there. You can actually make them out in that aerial shot there. You'll see these are referred to in the report and in some of the objections. One of these trees fell, and then our arboricultural team gave permission for the other one to be felled, given it was rotten. So the proposals include the provision of 2 new trees. These are shown on the plans. If I skip back again, you can see the proposals clearly illustrate these 2 trees in location within the garden space, and the planting of these trees would be secured by recommended condition 3. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Katie. Now we have only objectors speaking, no applicants. The first person is going to be Vivian Jones. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm an immediate neighbour of 42A and a director of the freehold company of 42 Pennywell Road, Home First Limited, representing all flat owners. If this application is approved, every house in Pennywell Road Conservation Area could build a similar building spanning the full width of their garden, thus reducing the cherished green amenities by at least 30%. I think the new building represents overdevelopment of the use of the garden, and I disagree with your assessment that it is not a change of use to a semi-industrial building. It is. A laundry and a conservation area garden serving 31 residential flats. That's semi-industrial. How many machines are needed to service 31 flats? And will there also be dryers or will washing hang-on lines in the garden? The 2017 planning application shows only 5 or 6 flats having access to the garden area. Have the plans been changed considerably so as to allow all 31 units to access the garden? Thus, traffic using the laundry and garden will create disturbance, thus violating terms of leases in the road which stipulate quiet enjoyment of amenities. 38 to 40 is supposed to be a superior development to what existed prior. Why was it then not stipulated that each flat or floor had laundry facilities? Developers state that there is a building at 34 Pennywell which sets a precedent. This is not relevant. It is a very old building, not in permanent use. An erection of a new large building at 38 to 40 further harms the conservation area, not enhances it. I refer to local plan policy CO7 to protect biodiversity, CE4D to create new habitats. Reference is made to the hotels in Pennywell spanning 2 buildings. Neither of them have laundries in their gardens, and guests do not live in the hotels permanently, so this is not a relevant argument. The building is across both gardens, has a height above boundary wall level, and can be clearly seen from neighbouring buildings, visual pollution. The tall trees, which both have preservation orders on them, that stood in these gardens were exactly where the new building is and were glorious. Both have been removed simultaneously, so there is now no green canopy cover at all, which previously sheltered us from noise and the industrial buildings of the underground. No trees have been replaced and indeed cannot be as their space is taken. Permission was also retrospectively virtually granted for the removal of the trees on condition that new trees be planted of type specified by the council, consent ARB 2003-516. What it presumed that they'd be put in the same place as before. This is impossible now, and no trees have been planted in the first planting season after consent as stipulated. No new planting will offer us any protection in the available space. We live in a conservation area at a time of great environmental challenge to our planet. Surely loss of green amenity is something we should try to protect vigorously in a polluted urban environment. I request this be rejected. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And now I call Councillor Wade and Councillor Spalding. You both have 2 minutes to share between you.
I believe I'm first. The removal of the 2 trees, one might have been deceased, but the other one wasn't. So that's contrary to CR6, thereby permitting the site area to become available for the installation of 2 laundry units in the rear garden of a conservation area,
without planning consent, resulting in the loss of existing private communal open space contrary to CR5, and resisting development that has adverse effect on the environmental and open character and appearance and function of a conservation area. There's no indication of extract ducting on the drawings, and these are essentially commercial units and not domestic laundry facilities, as indicated in the report. Architectural details have been lost on the rear elevation with unauthorized changes, which have compromised the uniformity of the rear elevation of the building and have extended contrary to the approved planning approval. Malcolm.
Thank you. Chairman, would you like in your garden next door 2 mature chestnut trees to be taken down and that neighbouring double garden to be made a complete desert and a wooden hut put up, which is an industrial 66 square metres with 16 machines in it? What's to stop these people taking in washing and making it commercial? This drives a coach and horses through about 20 of our policies. I could quote them one by one if anybody cares to ask me, but most of all, the biodiversity and the amenity of these trees, which sheltered the residents from the noise of the underground station, which already has an abatement notice on it for creating noise nuisance. These trees were vital to the residents, and the applicants have just cut them down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, wow, Sina. Okay, jump on. Right off, your first question is from Sina. Go ahead, Sina.
Apologise. My question was about access. Apologies if I missed it. Do we know how many people, how many units actually have access to this complex?
31 units, I thought.
I could answer that, Chairman. Previously, there were about 5 flats that had direct access to both gardens. Now this huge 66 square metre hut in wood with all these laundry machines has been constructed. There will be at least 31 people having access to this plant. And what's to stop those 31 people bringing all their friends in as well, and even selling laundry facilities to their friends? So it's a vast overdevelopment to go from 5 to 31 in a domestic garden.
How are they getting access to this? I just find it odd.
Could I respond?
Sure. Linda?
I think one of my concerns is that I think that nobody's investigated what these developers have done to the inside of the property. And I think this is a material concern. This was an old-fashioned HMO run by Mrs. Curtin for very many years. And it had a long-standing resident community. In fact, when this developer bought the property, we both had to try and negotiate people had lived as long as 30 years into alternative accommodation. So we're talking about approximately 25 max, wouldn't you say, Malcolm? People that we had.
I think it was limited. If I could just say, I mean, the material planning thing here is that what was a small amenity garden, which was accessed by 5 residents from flats that had direct access, has now been changed. It's a change of use because the entire block of 2 houses, 31 flats, are now forced to use this garden, when in fact in the past they would have done their washing indoors. So it's a huge overdevelopment and overuse of this small domestic garden.
But we don't know what they've done to the inside because they've changed the back. This developer has changed the back elevation. They've done alterations to the front. They've done internal alterations, plus the fact they've done this in the back. So we don't actually know how many rooms there are actually in that building. We say 31, but we don't actually know how many there are. We know that they've changed the windows, the rooms at the front with the bay windows, which are now 2 rooms instead of 1. So we don't actually know how many people are going to have access to this garden.
Thank you. Sorry, Sina, you have another question?
No, I think that was helpful. It's just very ambiguous at the moment about the access, and I think we should have at least established that before this being presented to the committee, really.
Okay, thank you.
I could just finally answer that question, Sina's point.
Yeah.
If I could, sorry, Chairman, to
Go ahead.
interrupt you. I mean, basically, what worries me is why, if it is 31 people, and it may be more, as Linda points out, but why on earth would they need 16 machines? I mean, I can't get the logic of putting this huge industrial building, which takes up 1/3 of the garden, and comes over the garden walls. I just don't get the logic of why that building is required to give a washing machine or a few washing machines that were previously inside the building for 30 people. I don't get the rationale for it at all. I'm very suspicious.
Thank you. Arian?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I know the applicant is in there, so maybe I can ask some
You can ask the officers later.
Yeah. Okay, I think that would be better.
Yeah, you can ask the officers if they might have some answers for you. Janet, do you have any questions?
I think we need to know more. Maybe the developer has several properties.
It's very intriguing. Yeah, it's very intriguing.
They might be doing a laundry for another hotel around there, for example. But it's, I mean, I find it, I understand how the councillors feel from Earl's Court, because it's sort of blatant disregard for the historical value of Earl's Court. And I find that very upsetting, I must say. We need to know a reason for this.
Yeah.
If I could help to answer Councillor Evans' question.
Okay.
You have to remember this is a domestic garden with domestic amenity values for all the neighbours. Now, the policies which are breached here, I mean, there are 7 of them, and they've been touched on. CL5E says that any development in a conservation area must preserve the reasonable enjoyment of the neighbours. Well, here you've got a 16-unit industrial washhouse going night and day. Secondly, in a conservation area, you have to look at what would harm the character or appearance of that beautiful, stately Victorian terrace. As Councillor Evans asked, you've got to look at CL9D. This is not in character. You've got to look at CL6C. That has to be discreetly located. Well, this is a bit in your face, to say the least. You have to look at CE4D, as Viv referred to, that developments have to attract biodiversity. And this has flattened everything into a wasteland. And if you look at the officer's slide, which was the aerial view, you will see this garden was completely green before. And it was a huge amenity value for the residents because it blocked off the noise and the visual intrusion of the underground.
Yeah.
It's that one. You see, look at the trees there, mature chestnut trees. Have just been, one of them was diseased, and the officers gave permission for it to be felled. And, you know, lo and behold, in the course of it being felled, it fell over and knocked the other one over. And that's why this building has appeared. Now, this is not attracting biodiversity. This is repelling it. CR6B says, we will resist, this borough will resist loss of trees that have amenity value. Well, if any trees had amenity value, those do, because the residents don't get the noise and the visual intrusion of the railway. Okay. Finally, the last one, and I'll shut up, CR5B does say that we will resist adverse effects on environmental and the open character of a conservation area. Well, this development does not preserve or enhance the Earls Court Square conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you.
But could I also add, sorry, Chair, that you have to look at this in context with the fact that they've added to the rear of their building, in addition to their original planning consent. So I find the illustrations presented as part of their planning application rather disingenuous. And believe you me, I've been in that garden. So I've seen the location of the shed. I've seen the rear of the building, and actually, what is left is it's probably 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3 left. So actually, we've been talking about basement developments. It's rather akin to that. If we're talking about the available ground left, we're actually looking at less than 50% of what was the garden, because of the accumulative effect of application which haven't been granted or haven't been applied for or haven't been complied with.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodger, do you have any questions?
Not for the councillors. We've got a great.
Okay, for the officers. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Vivian, Mrs. Jones, and thank you, Malcolm and Linda, for your time. We're going to now move to the next phase where councillors will ask officers questions. I have a question. I'm going to start with by asking, do we know anything about extraction? Do they have, how is it? I know the building is a rogue building and it was just constructed without planning permission. Do they have structures and ventilators in the area, in the building? No. Is it? No, they don't. So
there's nothing on the proposed plans to indicate any extraction equipment or any details provided with the application about such.
Okay. Okay. Use. Would we know? How would we know if it's used only for residents of 38 to 40? And it wouldn't be used commercially for other, premises for and other businesses, or like someone mentioned earlier, it will be a place where friends and family come and, I don't know, pay a $5 and get a load done type of thing. How do we know that? Do we know that?
Certainly from the submission, there's no guarantee I can give you to say that couldn't happen. Certainly by if members were to grant permission for this building today, they wouldn't be allowing such a thing to happen. I think that would be a change of use. At the moment, we are classing an outbuilding within the garden of this property as ancillary to the overall use of the site as an HMO. If it were to suddenly become some commercial operation running from that outbuilding, then separate planning permission would be required.
But see, they historically built a building without planning permission and then came back and said, oh, we want a planning permission for it. Then what is to stop them to actually go ahead and use it commercially and do whatever they want to do and then come, oops, yeah, well, we're going to come and see and find a way to make it all legal and above board.
I'm afraid that is how the planning system works, that it is open to anyone to make a retrospective application, and we have to just make an assessment on the assumption that it's not there, which I know is a leap of faith sometimes, but that is how the legislation is written. I would just encourage members to obviously the fact that we know that washing machines are going to be housed in the building, forms part of our assessment today. I'm not saying that we should ignore that fact, but that an outbuilding could be built with nothing shown on the plans, with no indication of what the use is going to be. We would class it as a normal ancillary garden building, and then should they decide to put in a few washing machines, that's not development in itself. I hear lots of talk about 16 washing machines and units. I mean, the plans do show that there would be what looks like 8 washing machines and 8 dryers in there.
So 16 units altogether, not washing machines.
But as a reminder that planning permission for those in themselves is not required. In terms of how many people can access this, I'm afraid I couldn't provide an answer on that. If works have been carried out inside to change access arrangements, and we've heard that Councillor Wade has highlighted there may well be unauthorised works at the rear of the actual application site as well. That's certainly something that we could and should investigate separately to this, but I'd encourage members just to focus on the application before us, which is just for the outbuilding, and to separate anything else that might be going on at the site, which we will of course investigate further.
Okay, thank you. I am going to now let everybody else speak. How about Councillor Widger?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, how long has this building, which doesn't currently have planning permission, been there for? And if we were to turn it down, what happens to it?
Bear with me and I will try and find out the answer to your first question whilst I'm talking through. In terms of the second part of your question, given the building is already erected, if members were minded to refuse the application, my recommendation would be that it was a refuse and enforce decision, and then we would undertake some enforcement action to return what we can decide what that might be. It might be that the building has to be dismantled and the garden returned to its original state.
Okay, and then we're figuring out how long it's been there for.
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see when the I believe the initial sort of complaint that was brought to enforcement's attention was back in October. It may well have been there a little bit longer than that, so it has been there a few months now.
Okay, but we're not talking years, so okay.
No, we're not talking years, and as I say, but it's part of the enforcement investigation that has invited the application to come before the local authority for determination.
So did they think maybe it was one of those permitted development type things, or is that just, or did they just wanted to do something and went ahead and did it and decided to ask later?
I'm afraid I don't know their motives or their thought process, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I understand totally. Okay, Councillor Aretti.
Sorry, again, I'm mute.
It's okay.
Thank you, Katie. Just checking, isn't there a allowed 3-meter space just outside the building where you could put a conservatory? So
there are various different. Are you talking about permitted development rights?
Yeah, because rather than putting at the back of the garden, can they not just do it as a conservatory or just an extension that with 3 meters from the edge of the back?
So there are various rights that are given to home occupiers or people who have individual homes. So single dwelling houses have various permitted development rights, which include various extensions, which I think is what you might be referring to. These wouldn't apply in this instance, given it's an HMO. Whether there would be options to do something else and locate these facilities elsewhere, quite possibly. There might be other opportunities on the site, whether that's a rear extension or locating a building elsewhere within the grounds. But that's not what's before us today for a decision.
Yeah, so would a rear extension would be possible, I guess?
Well, it would require planning permission, so I wouldn't want to, confirm whether that would or wouldn't be acceptable. We'd have to make an assessment depending on various factors of how it looks, the impact on the conservation area and on the appearance of the building, and any living conditions concerns as well that may arise from it, potentially.
Okay, but did you see any of the application as historical evidence that people had a rear extension in that area, maybe?
There are some other rear extensions within the group of properties on Pennywen Road, yes.
Okay, right. That's all I need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Can I ask one? No, not allowed.
So, no, sorry.
No, sorry.
We've finished that stage. Thank you. Sorry. But we took everything you said on board. Trust me. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, so councillors, do you guys want to shall we discuss it a little bit, or you kind of know which way you're leaning? Shall I just put it to a vote? Yes, Maxwell?
I mean, I don't like voting against applications because planning in general tends to be more permissive, but I do think this is overdevelopment and it's pushed the boundaries too far. The very fact it sought permission after it's been built, but it's concerning. And also, if we do turn down, I'd suggest they do something as part of the existing building or connected to it. But yeah, I think this is, I say I don't like voting against planning cases, generally speaking, but I think this has gone too far.
I agree with you. I think they took some liberties, as my daughters would.
Chairman, can I suggest, Chairman, that to move the matter on, that we vote on the recommendation.
Exactly.
See what happens,
yeah.
and then
see what
happens from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, the recommendation, I'm not going to ask anybody else what they think. The recommendation is a large outbuilding has been constructed in the rear garden of 38 to 40 Penguin Road. Planning permission is sought to retain the building as constructed. The main property at 38 to 40 Penguin Road is in use as a licensed home of multiple occupation, and the new building is to be used as a laundry facility for those occupying the individual room. So it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed on in section 10 of this report. And I'm going to go down the line backwards. I'm going to ask Maxwell, which way you're going?
Against.
And then I'm going to go to Sina. Councillor Lowry. Councillor Lowry. Councillor Aretti.
Against.
I'm against.
Who's that? Is that Sina? Councillor Lowry, you're against?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor Evans?
Against.
And I'm also against. So it's 5 against.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we need to just clarify the reasons for, or the reason or reasons for refusal, and confirm that members would also like to carry on the enforcement investigation and continue to sort of and deal with this structure. The actual terms of the enforcement could be delegated to officers if members were happy with that, but we certainly would need to just agree the overall reasons for refusal.
Okay, well, I'll go first and just open the gate for everyone else. My feeling is we would, I don't know the exact legal correct wordings, but I would like for the building, the rogue building, to be demolished, and that's it. So that's my objection. My objection to, I don't know whether that falls into planning.
We can
do this in planning language.
Well, we can note that is the course of action that members would like our enforcement team to take, and so the actual terms of what the enforcement notice would say could be delegated to officers to agree. Usually they would give some sort of time frame for action to be taken and specify exactly what actions had to be taken. So in this instance, that could be the demolition of the structure and returning the garden to the state that it was previously before it was built.
Exactly, and reinstated those poor trees that fell on each other. Yeah, please.
That's noted.
Thank you.
And then in terms of a refusal reason, from the discussion that's been had, obviously I've picked up on concerns about it being overdevelopment and the impact of that structure on the openness and the character of the conservation area.
So I'm throwing biodiversity somewhere because that's my thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The bees won't like it either.
No, they would not like that at all. Trust me, all that buzzing, all that. No. Okay, are we happy with that, councillors?
Yes, very happy.
Okay, good.
Yes, happy.
Okay.
Happy, yeah.
Fantastic. I like happy councillors.
Thank you very much. Chairman.
Yes.
Sorry, Chairman. Just to make sure we do everything by the book. Can we have a formal proposer and seconder for voting on refusal? Okay. Overdevelopment and biodiversity.
Yeah.
So if you can have a proposer. Yeah.
Happy to
Is that yourself?
Sina, you would
Larry,
like to propose? Yeah.
Can I second?
Yes, absolutely. Mudra, yeah. Second.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll do the wording, Lorna, right? It's all nice.
Well, Katie probably will.
Okay. Well, I always think it's the legal guys who do all the wordings, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. Between you two, we'll have something solid.
Yeah, but it's all.
Well, it'll be overdevelopment and biodiversity, as you said. So we'll put the wording together.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic.
So.
Thank you.
Then.
So sorry.
Can we do votes? Can we do the votes for me?
We do, and now we need to vote on the on that. Yeah. So I will start the vote by I'll vote for the amendment. Is it? Yeah. Is it amendment? Yeah.
Well, for refusal.
For the refusal.
You're
yeah.
refusing it. Plus enforcement action to be taken.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what you're voting on.
Yeah. So we vote on that. Yeah.
Yes, that's what. Yes, you're voting on to refuse the application, plus for enforcement action to be taken to be delegated to officers.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so voting on that, I will go first. I am for that vote. Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And Councillor Aretti.
Yes, please.
And Councillor Larry.
In favour.
And Councillor Evans.
In favour.
Thank you.
Thank
now
you.
that's done. That's done.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Okay. We're at number 5.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, you're very welcome. Now we move to agenda number N19, and it's 29 Ladbroke Grove.
Yes, so 29 Ladbroke Grove. It's a well, the site location is now shown on the screen, so you can see the site is marked in red. And
Ronaldo.
It's sorry.
Tom, you just need to take control of the slides.
Okay, take control. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is the site location. We can see the proposed location marked in red, and the property has a big garden, and the proposals entail the installation of a air conditioning equipment towards the back end wall of the rear garden. So let me just move. Sorry, I'm getting distracted with some of these. Yeah. So here we are. There is a photograph of the rear garden. So to the right-hand side of that image, that's where the proposed equipment will be fully installed. There is a tree in there at the moment in that photograph, which has been removed following approval by council's arboriculturists back in 2019, as it was seemingly dying. So it was permitted to be removed by the local planning authority, by our arboriculturists. So here is a photograph of the plinth and also air conditioning unit, which has been placed in situ. It is important to mention that earlier on today, the applicant has provided another photograph which has been circulated with you, showing the enclosure which has also been placed in situ. However, it's important to mention that the equipment hasn't been installed and it's non-operational at the moment. It will only be made operational subject to permission being granted. So just to clarify, so here is a proposed plan unit. So the location marked in pink, that's where the equipment will be installed. And we can see a depiction of its elevations right at the right-hand side bottom part of the screen. This drawing is a rail landscaping drawing, which I have requested during the course of the application. The reason why I have requested this drawing is because I have agreed with the applicants for replacement trees to be provided. So they agreed that way forward, and the 2 trees are now being proposed. One, the equipment will be at the left top right side of the corner of the site, and there will be 2 trees directly to the below it, 1 oak tree and 1 magnolia evergreen. So just to depict that, and that's it. So the proposals are partly retrospective and have been subject to consultation with environmental health officers and also arboriculturists. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronaldo. And now we move to the next stage where we'll listen to objectors and applicants. And the objectors is Andrew Fan.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to the committee. I'm also very grateful to you, to our 2 councillors, Councillor Julie Mills and Councillor David Lindsay, putting in a very powerful joint representation on behalf not of myself necessarily, but a great many people who surround this site. I should just say that, as many of you will know, these garden, it's not truly a garden square, it is a square of gardens behind the houses, interlocking with the houses on the outside edge. They're wonderfully quiet, serenely quiet places. They're wonderful places to live, and I have lived in the house 64 Ladbroke Road, which backs onto this site. I've lived there for 33 years. The particular feature that is attractive, that the ambient noise in those gardens at night is very low, because the effect of the houses is to keep the external ambient noise out. So the key issue that I'm putting before the committee is harm to residential amenity. So quiet nights, particularly with windows open at night and in summer, will be greatly detracted by this equipment because of the noise it makes. So it's a very real loss of residential amenity to all the surrounding residents. Many people, it must be over 100 people, will hear this equipment each and every night. In our house alone, there are 12 residents, but we are probably the most affected. Now, as to the application, if I may, the officer just made clear the siting of this plant is right at the back of the applicant's garden. It is as far away from their house as it is possible to put it. Why did they put it there? They put it there because it makes a continuous noise when running. So it's fine for them, it's right at the back of the garden, but they've moved it as close to our house as they can physically get it. Needless to say, they didn't consult us on this. Indeed, as you know, they didn't apply for consent previously either. So it is there because they know that it is a bad neighbour. It's as near to our house as they could put it. I have to say this is a pretty hostile and unneighbourly act, but it's all right. I'm not going to be emotional about it. I'm strictly talking in planning terms. But I do think that to have noise in that garden square all night, I accept day as a different issue, is something that we in Kensington and Chelsea really, as a borough, we do not do. We do believe in residential amenity. So if the committee are minded to agree with the recommendation before them, may I and my neighbours seek 2, I think, entirely reasonable conditions. I've obviously seen the conditions that the planning officers are suggesting, but they do not do anything to control this problem of nighttime noise. So may we first of all, as a condition, require the applicants to move this equipment, which they selected and installed, to move it, instead of putting it as close to their neighbours as they can, to move it up to their house. They've done works on the rear elevation.
That's 3 minutes, Chair.
They could perfectly well install it there. The alternative, which I think is also perfectly fair, is that rather than an unenforceable condition as set out in proposed condition 3, we should have a condition that restricted it to the times where ambient noise is highest. In other words, during the day, when of course it is hottest too, and so that it would not be running at night.
Thank you. Can you? Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Can I now ask Tracy Rust to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening again.
Twice in one night, I know.
Yes, I know, absolutely. Thank you. I'm acting for the owner and the of the site. I think it's worth noting in the first instance that the building itself is currently undergoing significant repair and refurbishment works, including reconstruction of the rear conservatory, following the grant of consent in 2019. And the works are not yet completed, and the house is therefore not occupied. And as your officer noted or advised you when presenting the application, that the AC unit is not and has not been in use. Whilst the acoustic enclosure housing the unit is positioned in the rear garden, the unit is not operating as your officer advised. And as the photograph demonstrates, the height of the enclosure is such that it is marginally above the party brick boundary wall and is significantly lower than the trellis fencing on top. The size and height of the enclosure is dictated by the council's noise criteria to ensure that the AC unit is sufficiently attenuated to minimise any potential noise impacts from the unit when in use. Whilst the enclosure is close to the rear gardens of not only 64 Ladbroke Road, but also 27 and 31 Ladbroke Grove, the nearest noise-sensitive windows are those at 64 Ladbroke Road, and which are some 14 metres away. As referenced in your officer's report at paragraph 6.5, the Directorate of Environmental Health has confirmed that the proposal with its mitigation measures does comply with the Council's noise criteria, such that the residential amenity of neighbouring residents would be safeguarded from undue noise and vibration. The enclosure is a black painted structure and has the appearance of a typical garden structure that may be used for storage purposes or other. It is significantly lower than a garden shed would be, for instance, and positioned in the rearmost part of the garden where storage structures are usually placed. It is not an incongruous feature within the garden setting, but rather one that would not be uncommon in any rear garden and at the rearmost part of the garden. As your officer's report concludes in paragraph 6.7, the proposed development is in compliance with the adopted local plan policies, and the application is thus recommended for approval. And again, we respectfully ask you to uphold your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the stage where councillors question both the objector and the applicant. And I'm going to shoot off first, and I have a question to the agent. You said in your submission now that the units are 14 meters away from the closest window to 64 Ladbroke Road. How far is it to for the closest window in 29 Ladbroke Grove?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah. When the noise report, the noise impact of the survey was there the survey is done to measure the impact on the nearest noise-sensitive windows, and those nearest noise-sensitive windows are those in 64 Ladbroke Road. Now, unfortunately, I can't tell you what those windows are to the other properties in Ladbroke Grove, but they are clearly further away because the noise impact assessment relates to those nearest windows.
Yeah, but my question is that the nearest window, the neighboring window, is 64 Ladbroke Road.
Yes.
But the planning application is for 29 Ladbroke Grove.
Yes.
What is the distance between the units and the nearest window in 29 Ladbroke Grove in the development itself?
I understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, I don't have that measurement, but your officer will be able to measure the drawings.
Okay. Okay. And also, would you consider? Will your client consider turning off the units at night, for instance, when, as their neighbor requested, while it's quieter and it could be louder? Is that something? Would they consider doing that?
Well, I don't think they would be adverse to that, to be perfectly honest. If that was a suggested condition in order for the application to be approved, then we wouldn't be unreasonable with that.
Thank you. That's very good to know. Councillors, I see hands. Councillor Aretti.
Thank you, Chair. This is to the applicant. Do you know what's the sound decibel output, roughly about? You might not be able to tell, but
not offhand. But your officers will have that in their presentation documents.
Right. Okay, I'll get it from the officer.
But if I can just say, Councillor Aretti, that your council's environmental health officers are satisfied that the noise emanating from the units would comply with the council's noise criteria.
Okay, good. Question to the objector, Mr. Fain. Is your back of your home either double glazed or triple glazed, or is it the?
No, that's one of the joys of living there. The window that you're talking about is in fact my bedroom window. So I've been watching this site evolving, and they've laboriously dug the whole way down their very long garden in order to place this device as near to my windows as they can get, as far from their building as they can get. It's a single. It's all single glazed, and we sleep with the windows open at night, but for fresh air and coolness in summer. And we will probably, you're guessing ahead of me, we'll probably have to double glaze it if this is consented because of the nighttime noise, unless the applicant is willing to accept the condition I suggest of both moving it away, which seems reasonable, and only running it during the daytime when the ambient background noise levels are much higher.
Are you allowed to double glaze the back one? I'm not sure. I'm just checking.
Well, if I double glaze my window, I don't get any fresh air. So I'd then have to put in an air conditioning unit too, which I would put as close to their house as I could get it, which wouldn't be very neighbourly either. I'm not proposing to do that, but I do like to breathe at night, and double glazing isn't ideal in summer.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Larry.
Hi there. My question is to the agent. How would you feel about moving the unit closer to number 29, to your own building? Because obviously this is your proposal. You're owning it. You're proud of the fact that you believe this complies with our code and it makes a positive addition to the area. So why don't you move it closer to your own property?
Actually, if I can first clarify the situation, I am the applicant's planning consultant. I'm the agent for the application. I'm not the owner. So I'm afraid I can't answer the question there as to whether she would prefer it to be anywhere else in the garden. But what I would say is we're not really here to discuss whether the unit should be moved to another location. We are here to discuss the unit in the location that is proposed. There is a comprehensive landscaping scheme that is due to be carried out shortly, and the landscaping scheme has actually been drafted to screen the unit from all around, from not only the applicant's property but also from neighbouring properties, and there's a significant visual enhancement to the local area with these landscaping proposals that will come about in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it's just a shame, really, that they're not here to present to us, because neither Councillor Retty's or my questions can be answered. So it's just a bit of a shame.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other councillors have any questions? Or we can move to asking officers. Thank you. Sorry, I see a hand. No, those are two old hands. Okay, thank you very much, both of you. Thanks again, Tracy, and thank you, Mr. Fain, for presenting. I am now going to move to the next phase where we ask officers our questions. I would like an answer for my question about the distance between the unit and the owner's closest window.
Are you asking to myself now, Councillor?
Yeah. Do you have? Apparently, you can measure and find out from me.
Yes. Well, you know? Unfortunately, I do not have a hard copying here, and I'm having difficulties electronically measuring. But all what I could say is that we are looking at the site location plan now. So just to what I'm going to do is try to guide us on how to look at this, looking at that plan. So we can see the outline of the rear elevation of the main of the application property itself at number 29. And then we can see the main rear elevation of 64 Ladbroke Road. Whilst it is a fact that the unit would be positioned directly towards the end wall of the garden, it would be set on the corner location farthest away from number 64. With that in mind, I would say that it would appear to me roughly 2/3. The equipment would be approximately 2/3 away from number 64 when compared to number 29. So basically, if we divide the full length from 29 to the location of rear of number 29, the location of the equipment, you let's say count 3 units, and then from the back wall of number 64 to the location of the unit towards the right top of corner of the number 29, I would say 2 units. So approximately 2 to 3. Yes. Okay.
So it's so it's further away. So it's closer to the house, to the owner's house, than to the neighbor's house.
It is closer to the objector's house. It is a fact. However, it is at the furthest point possible from them as well, as it is not located right in the middle where the tree was, but on the northern corner in there. So it's as far as possible. And I would say that it's not uncommon for equipment to be installed within similar locations in the conservation area. And and also on top of that, it is important to remember that the proposals incorporate noise mitigation issues and measures, and our environmental health team, they have been consulted on the proposals, and they advised that the equipment would meet the council's noise criteria and can therefore be supported, albeit subject to the two safeguarding conditions on noise, with a close on switch off if the equipment cannot, it's faulty and cannot meet that. Yeah.
And remind me again, do air conditioning units need planning permission to be installed to start with, or can they just be installed?
If externally, yes.
If
externally, we would take a view that they would amount to development requiring planning permission. Yes. If
so
they are,
was this unit? Did this unit have planning permission to be installed, or was it? Or are they're seeking now?
They are seeking now. Yes, they are seeking.
And so it's not just for the cover. It is actually for the unit itself.
Well, we take it as a whole, yes, as a whole equipment, as a whole scheme, yes.
But it's disguised as enclosure.
Yes.
When it is in reality, it's not the enclosure. They need the enclosure for the unit to be whole. In other words.
Yes. But the application is considering all aspects, and the applicant have submitted a noise assessment because they know we will scrutinize all aspects associated with either an enclosure or an air conditioning unit, or with both, which is the case here.
Okay. So, if the application is tonight refused, what happens to the units?
Well, basically, we could enforce and take, and remove the equipment, but take enforcement action to remove the equipment. We would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. I'm now gonna let everybody else talk. Councillor Aretti.
I'm not sure if a question to Ronaldo, but.
I saw your hand up, that's why. And
it's basically you repeating your question about enclosure. I don't know if you can answer the condition.
That's so I also ask it in other words. Okay, so Councillor Larry.
I was going to propose an amendment so that the unit would be turned off between the hours of 6:30 p.m. and 7:30 a.m.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Councillor Evans?
I think that we have an opportunity here because it shows a problem that's going to become more and more prevalent with people wanting air conditioners and the air heating. I think 6 o'clock is too rigid to start. I mean, people are eating and their houses will be boiling. I think we'll have to have a reasonable time for it to turn off, like 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Both parties have to come to an agreement. I think Mr. Fain may not have been irritated yet because this is a future problem if we give them a time limit on the air conditioning. So I think then we can deal with that. But if we don't allow one air conditioner, it's not going to stop the problem because more and more people want air conditioners.
Okay.
That is my opinion.
Makes sense because it's only one in a sea of air conditioning coming up. I mean, there is more air conditioning planning from applications than anything else. It seems it's the next double basement thing. You make a good point where. Maybe have an hour if we start something where air conditioning units can be turned off at a decent hour. I don't know, 9:30 until 7:30 in the morning. That I think that's a reasonable response. But I don't know. Maybe when it's we can ask officers and what they think we should do. Any other questions? Maxwell, do you have any questions?
No, I mean, tentatively, I'd agree with your potential amendment, or was it 7:30 to 9:30? That sounds okay. But yeah, we can see what officers think.
Okay, all right. Shall we, officers, what do you think also, Lisa, what do you, we're leaning towards conditioning, even though it was illegally placed, we were leaning towards conditioning the operation time. Is that something we can do?
You can condition it. I mean, all I would probably advise you on is it will be quite, it'd be quite difficult to enforce. It's going to rely, and as do perhaps a lot of our enforcement complaints, it's going to rely on the neighbour to tell us if there's a deviation there, because, at 2 o'clock in the morning, council officers aren't just going to be walking around the street. So, we do have a 24/7 noise nuisance line, so it is possible for neighbours to report it. It's just, I would just let you know that obviously some things can be quite difficult to enforce, such as operating hours, such as this. But it's a possibility for you.
Yeah, and the reporting doesn't have to happen on the night. They can carry on sleeping and make the report the following day, right?
They can. However, as with any sort of enforcement complaint, particularly around things like plant, is that we need evidence to be able to take any sort of action. So, if somebody calls and says, well, last night it was on at 3 o'clock in the morning, and a noise officer visits and it's on, but it's during the day, that's fine. So that's all I would just caution, and obviously for the benefit of the neighbour who's part of this meeting this evening, is that, we will need evidence of that, whether it's recordings and whatnot, just to bear in mind, should there be a breach.
Sorry, Lisa, just sorry to jump in, but would we be able to put a condition to put an enclosure so that no decibels come out?
But there is an enclosure. The application is for an enclosure, but the issue is how close the unit is to the neighbor's window, which is not double glazed right now, and he likes to and he enjoys his sleep with the windows open.
What I would say,
enclosure that wouldn't produce any decibel output. That's what I meant.
The enclosure helps with the acoustics, most definitely. So when you have a unit, but obviously with our noise conditions, which we've applied to many, many applications very similar to this, it does require the noise levels, taking into account the background noise levels, which of course at night are going to be even lower, because there is no traffic, there is no, people are sleeping, and it's very rare that we get noise complaints that are justified, and where they are, it's normally for quite old plant or plant that isn't in an acoustic enclosure. So, the conditions that we do recommend are robust and they work. That said, you have concerns, and there may be other ways that other conditions that we can consider that might help alleviate those concerns. But those conditions have worked well for us over the last few years, because as you'll know, all members will have noticed an increase in these sorts of applications that we're getting through.
Yeah. So which condition do you recommend we use to mitigate what you heard this evening?
Well, I mean, the conditions that we've got on, which is the noise condition, and then the I'm just going to the report now, and then the anti vibration mounts. They're generally the ones that we use. Obviously, there are other conditions. You're thinking about hours of operation. As I said, I'd just caution against the enforceability of that. But hopefully, if that condition is on there, then the owner would adhere to it. But certainly, the conditions 3 and 4, as recommended, are fairly standard conditions that we apply, and it does take into account, the lowest background noise level at any time. So that does include at night time.
Okay.
Yeah. Chair, if you don't mind, I'm still keen to introduce the time limit, because we have to take it at face value. We will assume that they will comply with it, as opposed to not complying. And if we put it in there, more likely than not, they will comply. Most of our residents are compliant.
Yeah, okay. The time limit might be, but would you be happy if it's not 6:30? I think 6:30. I agree with Janet. 6:30 is a little bit too early, because you still, I don't know, putting kids and preparing kids for sleep.
I'm open to other suggestions. What do you think? Up to you, really.
I just suggestion. I think you know we were pioneers in a lot of things. Let's just be pioneer in this one too. Janet?
Yes, I mean, remember, noise has to be reduced at either 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So why start a law that we can't, a rule that we cannot enforce? We should go along with the other environmental noise rulings, I think. Maybe 10 o'clock if that's what it is for music in a residential area, you know?
Yeah.
But if we're going to start with 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock and people can play their stereo, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
10 o'clock until 7:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's reasonable. Yeah. I mean, you had, you put the kids to bed, you had supper, had your glass of wine and you're ready to go to bed, 10 o'clock. That's a good time.
Yeah, let's do that then. 10 o'clock till 7:30. If someone wants to second it, I'm happy to propose.
Yeah, I'll second it. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. See, there you go. So Lisa. So does that sound about right? Or shall we?
Yeah, no, that's so 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m.
Yeah. So we vote on it with the condition. Should we vote on the condition first? I never remember these orders.
Lorna, could you just confirm? Sorry, just so I don't say incorrectly.
That's fine. You can go to the vote, and it has just been moved and seconded that there's going to be this extra condition.
Okay.
It to be switched off. I mean, I do echo what Lisa said. Enforcement is going to be difficult, and we don't usually put conditions like this on, but obviously the members do have concerns about this particular one.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be as per the recommendation, but with an extra condition.
Okay.
The unit to be switched off between 10 o'clock and 7:30.
Yeah.
And so we're just going to vote that now.
So we vote. You vote on the condition, right?
We're voting on the recommendation.
With the condition.
With that extra condition.
With that extra condition. Okay.
On the recommendation with the extra condition that's just been proposed and seconded.
Okay.
Okay.
So the recommendation is the proposed works would preserve the character and appearance of the Ladbroke Grove Conservation Area and the setting of this Grade 2 listed building. The proposed development would also preserve the living conditions enjoyed by occupiers of neighboring properties with recommended safeguarding conditions to ensure this. And it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. And I'm going to go down looking at people in front of me. Councillor Evans?
And plus with the extra condition.
Agree.
And the added condition, agreed.
Yes.
Grant. Okay, Councillor Aretti?
Agreed.
Councillor Lowry?
Agreed.
And Councillor Woodger?
Favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour also, so that's 5.
Approved.
Okay.
Chairman, could I just mention that I have forgotten to mention at the beginning of the meeting that we have received two correspondences, one from Councillor Lindsay and one from Councillor
Mills.
That's right. Yes. So we received these two. Yes, just for the.
I thought I got those by we got those by email, didn't we? Yeah.
Oh,
so,
okay. Yes.
Yes. No. I took that in consideration when I read everything. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're moving on to. Is it N22?
Yes, that's
14.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Item N22, and that's 14 St. Quentin Avenue. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. So 14 St. Quentin's Avenue. That's a. This is depicting the location, the site location. The property has a rear projecting wing, and the proposals. Photos of the rear garden. Application site, and this is what is being proposed. So basically what is being proposed is an extension beneath an existing extension. So I will just go back to the photograph so that you can understand. So there is a sort of floating wing on piles in there. So they are proposing to partly infill that gap beneath, and also on top of that to remove this rear window and replace this with a door and some steps descending onto the garden. So we can appreciate here the garden level and the location, and also the height of the boundary wall between both properties here. So this is a depiction of the proposed elevations, cross side elevation and the rear elevation. So the side elevation, we can see the garden level and the location where the new stairs would be, and also obviously the new infill extension directly beneath the existing wing. And this completes my presentation. Quite simple scheme in terms, in quantitative terms. Yes, sorry. So.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, dogs are going crazy. So, can I ask? I do apologize for this. Can I ask Caroline Duncan to speak for 3 minutes? I'm going to turn my mic off.
Chairman. Sorry. I was going to say, do you want to take a 5-minute break to sort the dogs out?
Yes, but, well, they want to walk, but I'm not walking them now. Oh. So, yeah, absolutely. We can take 5 minutes.
Oh, God.
Sorry about that. Right. Yeah, is that okay? It doesn't have to be 5 minutes, Ms. Duncan, because I
just thought you might want to do something with your dog.
Actually, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
All right.
I'll just mute myself.
Should we just carry on then? Should we just carry on? It is getting late. We've still got 6 more to go.
I know. I'm aware of that, and that's why I don't want to have any breaks or anything. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Carry on. Sorry. You have 3 minutes.
Right.
All for yourself.
Okay. Can I speak?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. I'd just like to say that the current neighbours at 14 are considerate and nice and great, but you just have to sort of think about how the stairs and the access balcony could be used by future neighbours who might not be so considerate. Photos were submitted for the application, photo from my bedroom, and previously in the previous application, photos from the neighbour at number 12. I just think that if you allow, the stair, the rear, it projects quite far into the rear garden of the 2 neighbouring properties. And if you allow these stairs and access access balcony, it might mean that those of us with our bedrooms at the back will sort of have to have our curtains shut. And the things I noticed on the planning that if you impose conditions on the development, the idea to having trellising and hedging is that there's no how are you going to implement that and enforce it, because people can always take those things down. And if you include a condition, that those conditions at a future date, will the council then say, oh, well, actually, this is a trivial thing to be bothering with, and so it'll end up just sort of being not being dealt with properly. I think the thing is that it's about there is potential for it to be used, for people to sit on the stairs and use it as a balcony, and then how are you going to enforce that if there are problems?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
Sorry.
No, I'm just I'm tired.
Yeah. Sorry about that. These things can take forever. It seems like.
Just the thing about sort of obviously stairs and what people can do on them and how they can use them, and how I suppose if there are issues, not with these neighbours, I'm sure there won't ever be any issues, but if there were to be issues in the future.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I'm going to now Mrs. Hart for the applicant. Hello.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. And yes, we are very close with our neighbours. We want to keep close with our neighbours. And the main objection appears to be privacy. And this primarily affects, we thought, number 12 next door, because that's the closest neighbour to our kitchen. And we're determined that Toby's privacy is maintained, and we have had conversations with him about screening, and we'd be happy to put up anything along the boundary wall, and we see this as essential. We want everybody to be happy here. I sent a copy of the quote from the fencing company to Ronaldo. The trellis would be 6 foot high along the wall nearest the house, with a curve down after 6 foot to meet the trellis we already have along the wall. And we'll reinstate the 2 courses of brickwork that came down when the wall came down. And there was one photograph that I was just a bit worried about, because Toby mistakenly believed that our builder was at the floor height. He's actually on a platform about a foot higher, which I can appreciate looks like he is coming in through the window. But we've had major repairs done because of rot and what are referred to as needles, which are RSJs, penetrating the brickwork in order to support it. Had a sheet of wood on top, and the builder was on that. Concerning number 16 and Caroline's objection here, it seems a bit unfair, because her nearest room to our staircase is about 12 meters away or something like that, and there's been no curtains or blinds on that window for years. When I'm standing in my garden, I'm raised up by about 4 foot standing there, so I'd have a much better sight line into that room for all those years, and that hasn't been a problem. I sent through some photos of our kids just to show. There's one with a birthday cake coming out of our bedroom window. When I make some food in the kitchen, I have to come out through the kitchen, down the corridor, down steep stairs, through the hallway, across the bedroom, up 2 stairs, out of the door, onto the terrace, and up another 4 stairs until I'm into the light, because we are a north-facing garden. And then you might forget the matches and have to go all the way back again. And if we could just have stairs from the kitchen to the garden, it would mean an awful lot. It would change life immeasurably, really. And I actually can't see how this is impacting on the neighbours, really. Anyway, bad time to put it forward in a pandemic, I guess. But thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to move to the next phase of this application, and I'll put it to councillors. If you have questions to either the applicant or the objector, please state which one you are posing your question to. I see one hand up. Councillor Evans, is that an old hand or a new hand?
So sorry, that is an old hand, but I just wanted to ask Mary about this problem. You talk about the stairs, you have to come down and go back up, etc. So you're making a perfectly reasonable demand. How much consultation did you have with the neighbor? And will she put a curtain?
Well, we've offered to put planting up, and I'm very happy to do planting to make sure the staircase is disguised from Caroline, and of course the trellis is going to go up between us and Toby, who's at number 12. But I mean, I would put trellis up on both sides if that's what it takes.
I understand your pain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. In this case, I'm going to move questions to officers. Councillors, anybody, any questions to officers? Yes, no? Janet, do you want to take your hand down, or you have a question?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, I don't see any issues here. If the officers could point out any issues, I don't see any issues here.
I mean, same here. I mean, do you guys want to discuss it? If I just go down the room and ask what everybody thinks, Councillor Lowry.
Yeah, I'm on Councillor Evans' sort of wavelength.
Okay. Shall we, if everybody feels the same, shall we just put it to a vote? It is late, I know.
Yes, please.
Okay, so, I am going to put it to a vote. The proposed single-story lower ground floor level extension incorporating a metal rear stairs would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area and the appearance of the individual building. So, it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line, people in front of me. Councillor Evans, are you in favor or against?
I am in favor strongly.
Thank you. Councillor Lowry?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Woodger?
In favor, Chair.
Councillor Aretti?
In favor, Chair.
And I'm also in favor. Thank you. Okay, we move to item 7, which is item number 23, and that is 22 Drayson Mews.
Yes, so 22 Drayson Mews, the proposals and the property is located in Kensington Conservation Area, as we can see on the map, and then this is a photograph of the front elevation of the building and also some photographs of its rear. The property, basically the proposals seek to extend the property with a mansard roof type of extension. So basically, if we look at the property to the left-hand side on the upper photograph, it is in effect what we would be approving here, something similar to that. And here we have a proposed cross section just depicting the form of the existing roof and existing and as proposed on the right hand side. So, and then here proposed front and rear elevations. So basically to the front, quite traditional changes again. Garage doors at lower level, retained hayloft style doors at first floor level, and the 2 dormer windows at the newly erected mansard roof story. Towards the rear, we have some additional windows at ground floor level and first floor level. However, these windows would face onto a tall, solid boundary wall, which divides this group of buildings from the Hornerton Street buildings to the east of the site, as we can see here. And then the upper floor level, once again, there would be 3 dormer windows in there. So fairly common, I would say, way of extending properties within this side of the Mews at the moment. Yeah. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. Do we have speakers here? Oh, I'm jumbled up my papers. We have 2 speakers, for and against. The first speaker is Mr. Eric Ying. Sorry, am I pronouncing it right?
It's Ying, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ying. Okay.
ING.
Yeah, Mr. Ying, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, and we'll let you know when. Yeah.
Good evening. I have lived at number 23 Drayson Mews for over 30 years, and this evening I'm speaking on behalf of 3 other objectors to this proposal, who are my neighbours at numbers 19, 21 and 25, who, like me, have properties opposite and immediately adjacent to number 22. We object to the current proposal on the grounds that, contrary to policy CL5, it affects our living conditions in a substantial way. It reduces our access to sun and daylight and increases our sense of enclosure. In essence, we do not believe this proposal would safeguard our living conditions. For instance, last week, from my first floor window, I watched the sunset over the rooftops of Hornsey Street, some 50 meters away. I currently have an unobstructed view of the houses there. The proposed mansard roof extension would raise the front elevation of number 22. This would blot out that view, severely reducing my sight lines from 50 to 6 meters and to just a piece of the sky above. It would be like having a wall erected just 6 meters or so away from me across a narrow mews. In addition, my access to the setting sun would be reduced by about 30 minutes. Paragraph 6.8 of the report of the Planning Department states the proposals are acceptable in terms of sunlight and daylight and sensor enclosure levels, but gives no reasoning for this conclusion, other than referring to the shape and situation of the proposed mansard roof extension. Indeed, the extension may appear to be unobtrusive from street level, but the real impact is seen from the upper floors of our properties where we actually live and work for the greater access to light, with the adverse effects that I have described. It is notable that the plans of the previous owners of number 22 for a rear mansard roof extension were sensitive to the impact on our living conditions. Their plans explicitly stated that there was no effect on the daylight entry and sense of enclosure on the surrounding properties. These plans were granted approval by the council last year. In contrast, the current proposal by the new owners does not include any mention of policy CL5, despite referencing other policies such as CL3, 6, and 8. So, in conclusion, my fellow objectors and I believe that the current proposal does have a detrimental impact on our living conditions. Therefore, we request respectfully that changes to the proposed plans which are sensitive to our issues and are considerate to our concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now we move to the agent, Mr. Springett.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing us to speak in support of our application. You will have seen that our scheme has been designed with close and careful consideration for both local and national guidance, and with care and consideration for the architectural context and the neighbours. The case officer's report and presentation today demonstrate strong support for the alterations, and we therefore believe the committee should feel confident supporting their officer's recommendations for approval. In judging the application, we believe the key considerations are follows: whether the proposals would preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area, and whether the proposals would safeguard the living conditions of the occupiers of the neighbouring properties. With regard to the former, the alterations are designed in such a way as to maintain the historic characteristics of the Mews, by referencing a recently approved and completed similar applications, we will maintain continuity and provide a sensitive addition to the conservation area. With regard to the safeguarding of living conditions of others, we have developed the design so as to avoid negative impact on the living conditions in neighbouring properties, and have done so in close adherence to policies CL5 and CE6. And we note the objectors' comments. We wholeheartedly reject their attested claims. Our position is further reinforced by the clear dismissal of the objectors' points by the case officer in his report. Specifically, we have had it confirmed by our daylighting specialists that the alterations pose no detriment and will have no adverse impact on terms of the neighbouring properties with regards to daylighting, as claimed. Furthermore, there is no increased loss of privacy or sense of enclosure other than living in the Mews, as the Mews already presents. The proposed alterations therefore demonstrably meet planning policy criteria for approval. Our construction management plan demonstrates the work will be carried out in a safe, sensitive and practical way that is cognizant of the existing context and neighbours, providing full, safe, consistent access through the Mews on foot and by car, including access to parking and garages. We note fully the case officer's recommended conditions and we confirm that we will fully implement these. Finally, in the word of the case officer's summary, we can attest that the proposed external alterations and additions would preserve the character, enhance the conservation area and the appearance of the individual Mews building with no significant impact on living conditions beyond the neighbours in terms of the sense of enclosure, sunlight, daylight or overlooking levels when compared with the prevailing conditions. We trust that you're able to support your officer's recommendations when considering this application and voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your time, for your contribution. I am going to now move to the next phase where councillors ask either of you questions. I am going to start by asking the agent. I read in one of the objections that one of the residents is concerned that when you put some scaffolding, it will obstruct their entries and using the door. Could you do this? Could you do your building work without having a scaffolding outside obstruct? You know.
Yeah, we could. We've confirmed with the scaffolding company that they. Oh, first of all, there's lots of scaffolding going up and down the Mews all the time that's consented with by the borough. And their team. And certainly in our case, we don't intend to put a scaffolding at the front that impedes anyone's access to their parking. That's we're quite happy for that to be conditioned, and it would be anyway in terms of scaffolding licenses to not impede that.
Oh, okay, and you also have a planning permit done just last year. Was it 2020? You have an you have an application granted at 2020. What's the big difference between the two? Between the one you had in June 2020 and this one?
The chair, that application wasn't by us or our client. It was by a previous owner prior to the sale of the property. There's a different set of requirements. I imagine I'm sorry, I can't comment on.
No, well, it's different people have different. Will probably want different things. Okay, all right. Thank you. I'll open it up to the rest of the my colleagues. Any questions? Councillor Lowry.
Hi there. I mean, what consultation has been done, and how come there couldn't be some sort of reconciliation between the owner and neighbours? Because from what's been described by the objectors, I mean, it is clear that they would lose a view. Currently, there's a view of Horton Street, which, would this application be approved and built, would be removed from their site. So it's I mean, one can say it protects sunlight and daylight, but in terms of views, there is a view that is lost. What was the consultation process like? Did you consult with the neighbours, and how come you couldn't reach some sort of agreement on this?
The proposed, I mean, as we all know, there's obviously no particular right to a view, but we're obviously not trying to be obstructive. We have measured we've set the height of the ridgeline to the equal to the Mews. If you see on the slide, it was good that was there now with the photographs. If you see if you could go to the slide with the photographs, you can see even though our parapet's higher, we're actually sticking the new roof line sits equal to the dwelling house to the left that you're seeing there, the sort of dark grey-green one, and so it's set back in a similar manner, and so relatively speaking, actually as a proportion of our front of elevation, it will appear even smaller than that. I think I mean the loss of the view isn't a material consideration in the, well, I would argue it's not a material consideration directly in this planning decision, and yeah.
What consultation have you done with neighbours?
We haven't spoken directly with the neighbours opposite prior to putting the application in.
Why didn't you do that?
A number of factors. in the time before the acquisition of the property, in the time before the Christmas period when we were trying to put the application in. There was a very tight time frame in terms of what the client wanted to do in terms of turnaround, and we made a decision that that the roof level was consistent with previous applications and the application approval next door, and that we were keeping that consistently lower, and saw that as a fair and appropriate way to put forward the application. It wasn't a means of sort of upsetting anyone in any regard, or not consulting.
It would obviously happen. It's kind of poor manners. Anyway, Mr. Ying, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, by all means. We were certainly very disappointed that we were not consulted. That is, the four neighbours opposite, and certainly compared with what had happened with the prior planning commission that was issued last year, which by the previous owners, very much so. The current proposal increases the roof height above and beyond what was approved by the planning approval last year. So that is the big difference. Although Mr. Springett talks about the new roof line being consistent with number 24, nonetheless, that does, as I say, in my submission, not only block out my view, but also does decrease my access to sun and daylight.
Thank you. Councillor Aretti?
Thank you, Chair. This question to Mr. Ying. Did you oppose the previous grant of permission, which is less height than what the anticipated current application?
No, I did not. In fact,
okay, so sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, I supported it because it was, as I said, explicit in saying that it was safeguarding our living conditions for the neighbourhood, and it did.
Okay, so you're only against this because it's a bit taller than what disrupting your view. So
exactly. That's precisely the point. The other one was a rear mansard roof extension and did not involve, therefore, having what is the equivalent of a wall in front of my face as I look out of my window, my first floor window.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aretti. Any other questions? If not, we can, sorry, I see another hand somewhere. These old hands. Can the old hands? Oh, Councillor Evans and yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Ying, I understand how you feel. However, in terms of improving the architectural line, if it is consistent with the building to the left, don't you think that would be an improvement?
Sorry, in terms of what, might I ask, Councillor? Improvement in what respect?
In terms of visually, because it's the same, it will be the exact same size and height as the one next to it, and not so higgly-piggly.
Well, from an architectural standpoint, yes, that may be the case. But on the other hand, my concern here is that it affects my living conditions. I've been in this muse for over 30 years. And then to have my access to the items that I've mentioned previously taken away, I think that is diminution in my living conditions and is not, therefore, in the spirit of policy CL5.
Are you directly opposite this blue and white building?
Yes, I am.
And you have no infringement from the building to the left? It doesn't affect you at all?
It's slightly to my left. I can just about see it if I look out to the left, yes.
I see. Does that infringe on your light?
A little bit, but not as much as the current proposed plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Now, if there's any other question, if there aren't any other questions, let's move to asking the officers. I have a couple of questions. Have there been a day, what is it, a day and sunlight study done on the impact of a higher, a taller building on opposite, or was that not something?
There hasn't been one, Councillor. However,
there's no need, huh?
Yeah, however, it wasn't considered to be a must in this instance, because as we can see from the upper photograph, for example, we can appreciate how far the properties on the other side of the mills are, and also the the nature of the mansard roof extension, which is set behind the parapet wall, and it is sloped profile. So then it would obviously have an impact, as any development often has an impact on neighbors, but it would not be substantial enough to warrant the refusal of the application in terms of sunlight and daylight, sense of enclosure levels as such. In terms of views, we appreciate that adjacent neighbors, nearby neighbors on the other side of the street may benefit from a wider angle, a wider gap of views in there. However, our policies concentrate not on that sort of view, but on views in terms of character and appearance. And in this instance, the group of, we could see already that the property to the south already benefits from a mansard roof extension, which was approved south of the site, which was approved in 2017, and then to the north of the site, directly adjacent to this application site, we also approved in May 2020 a similar mansard roof extension. So there will be visual benefits to the property, and as we can see from the photographs, particularly the ones to the rear, there would also be benefits in terms of upgrading this seemingly very tired building. Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, if this planning permission has been refused, for instance, the planning permission that they bought the property with still exists because it stays with the property, doesn't it? So there is still that planning permission in place, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Exactly.
And what's the big difference between the two?
Well, the June 2020 application, which is the previous one, in effect permits, let me just get this one, not exactly, but just it permits a rear roof extension. So basically extending towards the rear parts of the roof only, and not towards the front parts of the roof.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. So it's half of what this one will do.
Yes. So they would need, floor to ceiling height to accommodate a person living there. So therefore, it would, I think, it would be higher than the existing roof, but the bulk of the roof would extend only rearwards, as opposed to rearwards and frontwards, as it is the case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Fellow councillors, any other questions? Janet, is that an old hat or a new hand?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask the officers, can you explain the issue here with regards to view and light?
Well, light is a material planning consideration, so we would scrutinize proposals in terms of adverse impact on lighting, natural light, daylight and the sunlight to residential habitable rooms. But in terms of views, for example, we cannot protect a certain view, or if you benefit from a certain wider view of the sky, for example, and if something comes along the way and increases one story, as it is the case in here, and then you have a slightly reduced view of that sky, then we cannot object on those terms only, unless if the conservation area statement identifies that view as of an important nature, then there could be a potential conflict in there. And also in terms of views from conservation areas and within conservation areas, but in terms of character and appearance, i.e., would the proposal be harmful to views in character and appearance terms? And once again, in this case, in my humble assessment, I don't think that would be the case, and I would in fact argue that it would be an improvement, because we would complete the gap between buildings in there now, because the roof extensions within this side of the mills is now widely established. And as I said, there is one already to the south. The property to the north we already approved in 2020, and also in paragraph 6.4 I have mentioned a number of properties where we have already allowed additional stories. Some of them have already been implemented, some of them may not necessarily. Yeah, but the principle is already established here, and there would be visual benefits to the conservation area arising from the upgrading and infill of that gap with a similar mansard, traditionally detailed, and mansard roof extension.
That was a very, very robust response.
Very thorough. Yeah, very.
Thank you, Councillor.
Very thorough. Any other questions, or we can move it to a vote? I think everybody is getting lethargic and tired. Okay, so let's get going. Okay. Shall I put it to a vote? I think I shall.
Please.
Yes, okay. Okay, the proposed external alteration and additions would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area and the appearance of the individual Muse building, with no significant impact on living conditions enjoyed by neighbors in terms of sense of enclosure, sunlight and daylight, and or overlooking levels when compared to prevailing existing conditions. It is therefore recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line. In front of me is Janet. Councillor Evans, are you for or against?
I grant, please.
Councillor Aretti?
Grant, please. In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
And Councillor Larry?
In favour, but I do sympathise with Mr. Ying's arguments, and I think they presented a good argument.
I agree with you. I concur. I do sympathise with him, but I think in planning terms we should grant. Okay, so this has passed 5-5. Okay, swiftly moving on. The next case, the next two cases, Councillor Evans, you're going to sit these two out, right?
Yes.
It's item S21 and S20. So we start with item S21, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Very, very brief presentation for you on this one. The application site is flat 16 at numbers 21 to 23 Portfield Road, which is a ground floor and basement masonette. It benefits from an existing terrace sort of light well area, as you can see in the photographs there. And the proposal is to place 2 air conditioning units within that front basement area. You can see them there on the elevational plan. And then the applicant has provided this visual just to show you where they would be located. A noise report was submitted and it demonstrates compliance with the noise criteria, and you'll see the usual conditions have been recommended regarding maintaining those noise levels to an acceptable level. Thank you.
That was painless. That's very, very quick. Okay, and we don't have any speakers, so do you guys want to discuss it, or shall we go to a vote straight away? Okay, let's go to a vote. It's 21. I can't find it. Oh yeah, here. Number 21, S21, sorry. It says the proposal would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area and would not materially harm the living conditions of neighboring occupiers. The proposed air conditioning units have been assessed and are in accordance with the Council's adopted noise SPD. It is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I'm going to go down the line. In front of me is Councillor Aretti.
In favour, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor, sorry, not Evans. Councillor Lowry?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
I'm in favour also. We can move on to the next one now. And that is S20.
Thank you very much. This application is a slightly unusual one, so I'll do my best to talk you all through it and through the history on it. Back in 2019, planning permission was granted at committee for a mansard roof extension to the front elevation at 4.4 level, on top of an existing flat roof terrace area to flat number 13. So this slide just shows you that approval with the existing situation on the left-hand side, and then the proposed as it was in 2019 on the right-hand side. So you can see the flat roof area that we're talking about on the left, undeveloped, and then on the right with the mansard extension depicted. This photograph shows you the mansard once constructed, the one nearest to us on the screen, on the right-hand side. And you'll note that this is a common feature at this level to all the properties along this stretch. The committee back in 2019 heard that prior to the construction of this extension, this flat roof area provided part of the fire escape for occupiers of 29 to 31 Courtfield Road, as they would make use of a metal walkway similar to the one circled in the yellow on the screen in the left-hand photo. That's actually the one on the other side of the rear projection, but it gives you an idea. They would walk along the metal walkway and then would have access to that flat roof. The right-hand side shows you the situation now where they have a walkway, but now they're faced with the mansard extension and a door rather than the flat roof as it previously was. So to ensure that they were satisfied the applicant had considered fire safety, condition 3 was attached by the committee, which asked for a fire strategy to be submitted detailing the measures that would be put in place given the change in circumstances. So here is the wording of that condition. So you'll see it asked for details for any locks to the proposed escape route door and measures to ensure that the door was unobstructed. So that's what the application before you is. We have had a fire strategy submitted. The measures within that strategy comprise a keypad, an entry lock to the door of the extension, with the idea being that the code would be given to the neighbours. And then in case there was a malfunction to that keypad or the code was forgotten or lost, there would also be a hammer on the walkway, which could be used to break the glass in an emergency. You'll also see that there's reference within the report to a deed within the covenants for the building that requires access to be maintained. I think my last point, which I hope is a helpful one to members, is a reminder that planning legislation is not designed to deal with these sorts of matters, with matters of fire safety, and national planning guidance within the NPPF makes it clear as a local planning authority we shouldn't be duplicating matters covered by other regimes. So in this instance, building control is far better equipped to deal with this sort of thing, where qualified professionals can make assessments. That said, obviously the good intentions behind the committee's condition are of course recognised, and I think it goes without saying that fire safety is of course hugely important to all of us who work and represent the council. So as such, we have taken this condition incredibly seriously, and officers have consulted our building control team and spoken to our fire safety specialist within that team. You'll see in a previous condition application was refused because the strategy wasn't felt to be sufficient. With regards to this one, officers are entirely satisfied that the measures are acceptable. Whilst a different arrangement previously existed, or as you might have seen in some of the objection notes, different ones could be put forward with different locks and so on. Officers' advice to members is that the recommendations within this strategy are sound. I hope that clearly explains the situation and what members are being asked to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have speakers for this slot, and the first we have Jane and Guy Brannan, and you both have 3 minutes to share between you. Could you please start?
Okay. Thank you very much. The recommendation in the officer's report in terms of there being no fire escape changes that makes anything worse is based on a fundamental factual misunderstanding that the previous fire escape route required the breaking of glass. This is not correct. Previously, the occupiers of 29 to 31 could simply step onto the open terrace of 33-35 without having to go through any door or window. The flat roof offered a temporary place of safety in the event of fire. The situation is now much worse as the flat roof is occupied by the mansard development and can only be accessed through a locked, toughened door. Photographic evidence is being produced to RBKC showing that the door has been constantly obstructed internally and externally. The report's recommendation relies on the applicant keeping the fire escape route unobstructed, but ignores the evidence that the applicant has consistently breached these obligations. A keypad would be a very risky alternative. It would be subject to the risk of deterioration and electronic failure, especially in a fire. It would need to be regularly checked and maintained. The applicant's approach provides no expectation that this would happen. The key code could be changed without notifying the occupants of 29 to 31. In an emergency, it could be difficult to remember the key code, especially if it were years before it's required. The use of a keypad lock is not an accepted fire safety provision, still less, of course, the use of a hammer to break double glazing, if that were possible. We've submitted independent fire expert reports to this effect. The report makes no provision for safeguarding continuing access to the door. Once permission has been granted, there'll be nothing to restrict the applicant from changing the code, adding further bolts or locks or obstructing the door. We've suggested in our comments minimum conditions, which if included as part of any planning consent, could help to safeguard the fire escape route going forward. We have produced 3 independent fire expert reports supporting our concerns and request for a thumb turn lock only. The applicant has produced nothing justifying their proposals or showing how they comply with fire safety principles. We have repeatedly offered to compromise on a thumb turn lock as the least dangerous alternative, supported by an alarm and security cameras if the applicant chooses. The fire escape route would still be worse than before the development, but at least a thumb turn lock could offer some chance of accessing the previous fire escape route in an emergency. The applicant's requesting RBKC to approve its blocking of a fire escape, while emphasising that all liability for doing so will rest with RBKC. We urge the committee to consider whether it's acceptable to allow the applicant, who's a developer, to make a significant profit from blocking the fire escape whilst putting people's lives at risks. It's profit for her and it's life or death for us.
Thank you. Can I now ask, Mr. Newland and Ms. Corey to speak, and you have 3 minutes between you to share.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Neil Newland. I'm the agent. I'll spend the first 2 minutes, then pass you on to Francesca for the last minute. So thank you, Guy and Jane. Thank you, everyone. It's very late. So firstly, the development does not make fire escape worse. It actually improves escape, providing a place of safety sooner and a door to escape through. There appears to be a misunderstanding that a flat roof is a place of safety escaping from fire. It isn't. The historic gangway permits only 4 flats reciprocal access to the adjacent building and exit to a place of safety. The access is protected by joint legal agreement in the deeds. This is confirmed by the management of 29 to 31 Courtfield Road, who were consulted but did not share any further documents or plans, including fire strategy. Before the development, Guy and Jane can escape down a communal stair or by climbing out a window along the gangway and then through adjacent window 3.1 metres away. This remains unchanged. There is a second window, 9.65 metres, over the flat roof, and in both cases breaking the glass for access. There is now a new door, which is 4.9 metres away. This will have a mechanical keypad. An electronic system could be subject to failure and not meet insurance standards. The door is glazed, so the route is clear from obstruction, and should keypad number be forgotten, glass can be broken, as before, whereas a solid door would be hard to break. A hammer will be left on the gangway. Local planning department are not fire experts. We have consulted building control officer, who liaises with London Fire Brigade, and fire engineer, and followed their expert advice. It's a building control issue and has been signed off, and a separate legal issue has been maintained. The fire engineer's reassuring report made recommendations for Guy and Jane to take up with their own freeholder for their own building, as they are concerned for their safety. It did not make recommendations to alter their building that would need to be carried out to discharge this condition. Furthermore, the Shami Smith Sandhu, associate at Astute Fire, has written an email to Guy and Jane, but offers no comprehensive assessment nor any qualifications. In short, he agrees with the report, provided that a single lock is required. And now I'll pass over to Francesca, if she's around.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francesca, and just for the sake of clarity, even though I used to work in real estate, this was not a project. I used to live there, so this is it. So I wrote my introduction, which is: the current fire escape is no worse than before works. The previous owner confirmed that during his 20+ years of ownership, he never gave keys to anybody, and I have proof of that. The communal window that was previously accessible and is now enclosed was not usable, because behind it there is an almost 3 meters fall down the communal staircase. The petitioner of the objection was previously given a key to the fire escape door, and this solution was approved and signed off by the building control officer in charge of the project, after consulting with the fire brigades and escalating the matter to his supervisor. It is clear that the rejection of this solution by the petitioner was totally unreasonable. The proposal is that the new proposal to install a coded lock is more than generous and reasonable. It goes beyond our... Sorry?
So, yeah, you can finish your sentence. Your time is up. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll finish in a minute. It goes beyond the duty to honor the lease agreement on which the request is based on. A simple and easy to remember code can be agreed privately. This solution is a concession which already compromises the safety of Flat 13, and no other solution will be considered, as there is a young child living in the flat. We truly believe that we have demonstrated goodwill, flexibility, and responsibility in this matter. We trust the committee will make the right decision and end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're going to move. We move to the next phase, where councillors will ask questions of both the applicant and the objectors. Do I have any councillors' hands up? I'm going to start by asking a question. Actually, a question of each. To the objectors, why are the buildings joined? Why are you escaping via the neighboring building as opposed to your own building, which is 29 to 31?
This was originally a requirement of the council in 1983.
Yeah,
it should be a fire escape at the, effectively it's almost the 5th floor level, because it is such a long way down. And that led onto the flat roof, the terrace of 33, 35, and okay. And so that fire escape has been there for, you know, best part now of 40 years, and this mansard development has just blocked it, and it's quite clear that the fire escape was intended to lead onto the flat roof as a temporary place of safety. It's not correct. It is not correct to say that it's not a place of safety. It clearly is, because you can see from the picture where that mansard roof is now. You have it's much easier for a ladder, a fire engine to reach.
Yeah, to have, yeah. So
that's where you shelter. That's where you shelter from the fire in the other building.
So no question of breaking glass before that's a new thing.
So okay, before that, but the breaking glass came after the mansard development was done, and the door is to protect. What is it? Is it a private dwelling or?
It's a flat. Yes.
It's just an extension of what.
So
was
do you go through the flat to come to the terrace, to the roof, or
no, you could just
a hallway?
The metal walkway there that you can see in the picture, and literally go up the step. You see where the door is on the picture, the mansard door.
Yeah,
that was all flat roof before.
And this is an escape for how many properties?
For 2 or 3.
It would be for as many. I don't know if you've seen the representation put in by the Courtfield Residents Association, but they said obviously lots of people in the building, if the staircase is blocked, it's a really tall building with an open stairway. So obviously if it's blocked and there's a fire, people are going to come up, not down. So although initially only 2 flats lead onto it, if there were a fire, lots of people would escape to it.
And so how big is the space where the flat bit? How many people will it hold?
Well, probably 30 or
the whole building. I mean, if you see how big the mansard is, I would think it would hold all the occupants of 29 to 31.
So you can see the size of the mansard on that on the left-hand side of that photograph.
Yeah.
That whole area is would have been the flat roof.
And it might just help if I explain that the reason the committee imposed that condition, it was a hearing about an enforcement action because the mansard was built bigger than had been given permission, and were minded to tell the applicant to take it down. But I think they wanted to offer us some protection for the fire, so they allowed the applicant to make it smaller, which I have to say the applicant hasn't done. It's still the same big size.
Yeah.
But they allowed that so that they could impose a fire condition, not for any other reason.
Yeah, I remember that application from 2019. I think I was in that committee. I don't know how, but I think I don't know if I was chairing. I don't think I was chairing at the time I was sitting. But anyway, thank you very much. And now I'm going to ask Mr. Newland a question. So have you consulted, you said you consulted the fire department, of course, or the fire.
So when the property was built, the extension, you have a building control officer.
Yeah.
And so I'm an architect. I can tell you what is building regulations, and building regulations change. And for a property of this many stories, if I was building it today, I'd have to have 2 stairs. I'm not qualified to say what you do when it's an existing building change. A building control officer is. So a building control officer has a duty of care, and also one of his remits is that he can't make it any worse than it was before. So Guy and Jane explained to the building control officer that they have this secondary fire escape, which to remove it would make it worse.
Yeah.
And he agreed with them, and he consulted with London Fire Brigade, and they were happy with the solution of giving them a key. It came up to committee, so we employed a fire engineer. So a fire engineer is the most qualified person about escape from fire, and he met with Guy and Jane and spoke through with them. And he wrote the report, of which we've added extra to report by saying, since people are concerned about a key being left in the lock or a key being lost, to make it into a keypad. And I think it's also significant it's a glass door so that it could be broken. And also you can see it's not going to be obstructed. You're not going to put a block of shelves in front of it. Yeah. And there is a misunderstanding, as Francesca can explain, because of buying the flat recently. It comes on the deeds that The top floor flats have a right with each other for escape through their flats. It's not to have a refuge on the roof. It's not safe to be 9 meters away from a towering inferno.
Mm.
That's
Can I? Sorry. So just a second. Who's that? Sorry, I can't see. Francesca.
Francesca, can I say one thing, please?
Yes, go ahead.
It's regarding what the neighbors said. You know, if you read the agreement, which, you know, in my opinion is obsolete, but in any case, it gives the right to the freeholders of the building. So they're just proving my point that I've been saying for a long time. They are the only flat that has access to this sort of bridge in between the two buildings. So if they follow what they want us to do, they should leave their flat door open to any other person in their building that has a shared freehold, because they have the right to access that part. So I'm sure they would be concerned about their safety if they had to leave their flat door open at all times. We're discussing something that, I mean, a fire, it's a very serious event, but it's an exception. And there needs to be some reason that, you know, we're leaving these unobstructed, we're giving them access, but we can't leave it open the entire time, because that puts a risk on the people that live in the flat. And this is already a compromise. So,
okay. But okay, so I'm going to go back to my original question. So you can confirm that you consulted with fire engineer specialist,
building control,
Fire
London
Brigade.
Fire Brigade and fire engineer.
So it has been approved by the highest authority in
Been
fire
signed off by building control.
Building control. Okay. My next question to you is, I see in those pictures, there are pictures where you have pots of plants in the stairs. Is this the stair leading to the bridge, or is it leading to the flat roof?
The photograph we're looking at right now would be stood outside Guy and Jane's window.
Yeah.
Facing the other one.
So
that's not true.
This is a photo of the door in front of you. You can see the plant pots. That's the little stair that you would have gone up to.
Yes, but you'd be stood outside your window to take that photograph.
Yeah, of course we stood outside the window.
That's what I said.
Yeah. So I'm trying to ascertain the following. These pot plants, to me, they look like to me, a fire escape should not at any point be obstructed by anything. So is this the fire escape?
Yes. And if you
see what are these pots? What are these plants on the fire escape?
The plants are nothing to do with us. And the other thing is that there is a key in the lock on the inside of that door, so you cannot actually get into that. You can't.
Yeah, I know you can't get in. No, I know you can't get in. That's not. I know you can't get in, and the idea is not to get in, is to get out. I am trying to find out what are these plants doing on the stairs that are supposed to be a fire escape.
Well, they shouldn't be there, and they're nothing to do with
So
us.
whose responsibility are they?
Flat 13 has put them there, and flat 13 has also obstructed the inside. And this is the door that we need to get to the fire escape. And what Francesca said about us having the right was to go onto the flat roof. That was with the fire escape right. And now, of course, you can't do it. And otherwise, I'd just like to say, with the breaking of the glass, I mean, can you imagine trying to break a toughened double glazed door on
exactly the same as trying to break the window?
But we didn't have to break the window. We could have gone onto the flat roof.
The properties that have.
Sorry, there shouldn't be discussion between. Sorry, excuse me.
Sorry, can we have the discussion between the two? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. I'll be your bridge. Talk to me, but not to each other. So can I go back to Mr. Neil here again? Question. I mean, can between you and Francesca tell me whose plants are these, and is that something you're aware of?
I'm not aware of plants. They do not look like the owner would put them there. It's just not their style. But we can certainly ask them to be removed, and if they belong to the next door flat, we'll tell them to remove them and to keep it completely unobstructed.
So if there's any obstruction to fire, escapes, and that's a criminal offence. That's negligence.
Exactly.
So it's covered by law, not by planning.
Yeah, I know it's covered. So
a fire escape, they're putting themselves, and if there's a fire, they would go to jail.
So who is monitoring these such a things? Do you have like a building manager or
the freeholder's responsibility of both buildings to monitor them? They will have a fire strategy for their own buildings, explaining how the fire breaks, what systems are put in place to make sure things are maintained and things are safe.
Okay.
Excuse me, could I say
something? Sorry, who's that? Sorry, I can't see anyone.
Jane Brannan, sorry.
Sorry, you're talking to me, right?
Chairman.
Yes, so if I could
Chairman,
sorry.
The speakers can answer questions from the councillors, but it isn't a free-for-all at this stage. So
okay, all right. Okay, then I tell you what, I am going to give other councillors an opportunity to speak. I think I've done a lot of talking. I'm going to go to Councillor Aretti.
Can Sina go first? I just want to look at the name. Sorry, all right. Yeah, sorry. I can. So questions to both really. I know what's the opinion of the freeholder. I'm sure. I mean, you would have consulted the freeholder by all means. What was his opinion, or was there any objection or an advice for the applicants? And what was the discussion with the objectors?
The freeholder has really left it to us and the other flat on this level to raise these objections, and both of us have done so.
Right. Can the applicants comment, please?
Yes.
Yes, the freeholder, they want to see a sort of agreement, so they would be happy with this condition being respected and approved.
And it wasn't objected by the freeholder, your plan?
No, they don't have any objection. They never commented on it until it was made a problem by the neighbors.
This is untrue, but anyway.
Sorry, Mr. Judge, you adding something?
I think the problem is, I know you've said we mustn't butt in, but when we hear Mr. Newland and Viscountess Corrie making comments that we know are actually totally untrue, it's very difficult to sit there and listen to you all being convinced by them. For example, the flower pots, they're on the stairs to flat 13. They're put there by flat 13.
Right, cool. All right, thank you.
To be honest, I don't know. They're not as far as I'm concerned. I have no information on those pots. I will inquire and I will make sure that the freeholders know that they have to be removed. And that's it.
Thank you, Francesca, for that comment. Yes, and I'm going to go to Councillor Larry. Sorry.
Hi. Thank you. I mean, the first point I want to make before my question is I disagree with the sort of the insinuation by the applicant that this isn't a planning issue, because New London Plan Policy D12 states, quote, "In the interests of fire safety and to ensure the safety of all building users, all development proposals must achieve the highest standards of fire safety," unquote. So that's a new London Plan policy in the 2021 London Plan. So I don't want to have any insinuation that fire safety is not, in fact, a material planning consideration. My question is, I mean, Mr. Brannan, you said that 1981 was the year in which it was agreed that the method of escape and you would have access to this part of the roof from your flat. And I mean, I'm just confused as to why 40 years later this is being questioned. That's my main source of confusion. And I would like to know what the previous owners or tenants in the other flat actually thought about this.
Obviously we weren't around in 1981, 1983. But I think most people didn't realise what was actually happening, and that we don't want to restrict there being a Mansard development. We just want to be able to get into it in the case of a fire, and that's all. We're not trying. I know the Mansard development has been built in breach of the original permission, and I know there's enforcement action being taken against it. But all we want is access in the event of a fire to be able to get in easily into that flat. It's 4 or 5 stories above street level. There's no security risk here at all.
And if I just say, actually, I think it's been a bit misleading. The previous owner sold the flat to Francesca Corrie with the planning permission, and they started to build it in 2018. We wrote to them at the time asking about having a thumb-turn lock. We weren't trying to oppose them. We just wanted it to be safe. So we approached them before the thing was even built.
Can I interrupt 1 second, because I have in front of me the email that I received directly from
Sorry, Francesca, you can only speak when one of the councillors ask you. So maybe Councillor Lowry might want to ask you a question.
Sure.
No, the other question I had was, have any works been conducted without planning permission?
Clearly, the Mansard have issues.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. The Mansard has been built in excess of the size that was permitted on the original planning permission, and that is subject to separate enforcement action, as I understand it.
Yes. And also,
could Viscountess Corrie explain that?
Yes. So pretty much we have spent a lot of time and energy with consultants to demonstrate that the extension was built the only way possible that it could have been built, because the drawings, of course, when they are submitted for planning consent, they do not take into consideration the fact that when you build, you might discover that things are not as you had planned. So if you take the application that was approved, we clearly showed, even with pictures, that the roof terrace was inclined, so we could only build from a certain point, and that the street also has a slope, and our windows are smaller. And I don't remember every single point in that application, but it was very, very precise, and that's why it was approved. That yes, it does look a little bit bigger because of visual effects, and it is slightly bigger. We're talking about, I think it's 20 centimeters, which by any means will make no difference whatsoever in the visual effect of the extension, but that's how much we're exceeding. And it was built like that because that was the only way that we could have built it. And the reason why the works haven't been done yet is because until this fire escape condition is approved and solved, the freeholder will not give their green light to start the works. So that's the explanation. And to connect to the point that was raised before, the previous owner that I had consulted stated, and quote unquote, I have his email, he said, I can confirm that A, my family lived in the flat continuously, and B, I never gave the flat key to other tenants to have unrestricted access directly and for whatever reason. Access to the flat per se could only be had with my permission through arrangements with management company on the grounds of gutter cleaning, roof terrace resurfacing, and roof works. I hope this clarifies.
Okay, and it's on that point I just want finally Mr. Brennan and Mrs. Brennan to come back on it. It's the previous arrangement and use or lack of use of the key. Can you just clarify once and for all what the access arrangements were like?
The access arrangements were that you climbed, in the event of a fire, you climbed out of the bedroom window onto this walkway, onto this fire escape, and you walked onto the flat roof, which was open. And you would then wait there until the fire brigade came and stuck a ladder up and rescued you. The key that we're talking about is something that Viscountess Corrie offered, reluctantly, I have to say,
And built the door.
Once she had built the door and blocked the exit, and since that time anyway, it would have been useless because there's always been a key in the lock on the inside, so you couldn't actually have used the key in any event. So,
and that, I think, was contrary to the building control sign-off by Butler and Young. But you see the photograph on the right, if you've got the same photo.
Yes, I can see it. I can see
with
it.
With the walkway, and you see the little metal gate and the door beyond it. Well, that was where the flat roof was. So that was where we would have gone to. You'd have gone through the little metal gate, and then there would have been a flat roof.
That makes sense. And presumably this is the reason why you, as opposed to the electronic keypad, you'd prefer the mechanical method for gaining access.
Well, yes, it is, because can you imagine in a fire when your building's burning down, tumbling out of the window and then trying to remember in the dark what the code is, because this is probably sort of 7 or 8, 9, 10 years down the line, hopefully never, but you probably won't remember the key code.
That makes sense, and thank you for clarifying that. That's thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Any other questions?
Quickly, 2 questions, Chairman. First question is that I might have missed something, but was there a fire risk assessment done for the new proposal? Second thing, would the applicant be prepared to do a manual and a electronic version of it, so it could work both ways, both manual and electronic? I think that's possible as well. So that's my question, really.
Is that your question is for the applicant?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, for the applicant. Okay. Yeah.
I'll let Neil comment on all the professionals that were involved, but in terms of having both electronic and manual system, I don't think that it's necessarily would be an advantage, because it just means that maybe the electronic pad is working, but if the key is left in, then the other one is preventing to open the door. And to be honest, a code of probably 4 numbers, which can be, as I said, agreed with the neighbor, so it's something that it's very easy for them to remember, maybe their year of birth or whatever. I don't think... No,
you're right, Francesca, you're right, but in the event of fire, it's life-threatening situation. So my question was simple: are you prepared?
If I answer that one,
when I gave them keys, they said they could have lost the keys. So everything that it's their responsibility, in my opinion, if they really care about their safety, to maybe keep the key somewhere safe, or maybe have the lock code written somewhere. Maybe write it somewhere that they know that they can have it accessible when they need to use it. I mean, I can't prevent them from doing that, but there needs to be placed a certain degree of responsibility on them too. I mean, we're making their life really easy, I think. And as you have to keep in mind, I think, that it's not just their, also the safety of the people that live in the flat that we need to be concerned about. And I can't simply imagine that that door is not going to be ever locked. So in terms of professionals involved, I'll let Neil explain, because he's much better informed.
As I've already mentioned, we had building control who have signed this off, and they were content with the thing. Then when it came to the planning condition, we employed a fire engineer who met with Guy and Jane. As you can imagine, since 40 years, fire standards have changed and building control have changed. And their recommendation is at all times to escape through their own building and down. It's not safe to go up in a building. And so that's the recommendation. And we could confirm this, but the freeholders, as Guy and Jane explained, have just left it to us. So they haven't shared with us their own fire strategy, which would explain how you're supposed to escape your own building. But I know from the fire engineer's report, he strongly recommended to Guy and Jane that unless there's flames and smoke coming up the stairwell, they should escape down their own stair. That's the safest way out. But the other part of the deed is it's reciprocal for these 4 flats. so that the flats in this building can escape through the flats adjacent, and they have to smash a window. So this is actually a better and closer way to get out.
What? Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any comment from Mr. Brennan?
Yes. Sorry. This is just wrong. There is not a reciprocal right. There is a right on the Viscountess to get onto the fire escape, but there is but not to actually get into the building. Obviously, in a fire, no one would mind, but it was quite deliberately drafted in 1983. This right of our flat and our neighbour's flat to get onto the fire escape and also to get onto their building. And the right to get onto their building is not a reciprocal right.
I think probably because 33 to 35 could have used their flat roof anyway.
Yes.
But if we could just say, actually, their fire expert agreed with me that a thumb turn lock would be the most sensible thing. And he said he couldn't see why Viscountess Corrie would object to it, because she could have a burglar alarm, she could have security cameras. It comes to the same thing. And I just say about Mr. Newland's fire report. Sadly, it wasn't independent, because as he copied in an email to the council, he said it would help if it would assist if the means of escape do not require access to the flat. So he actually started by telling them what they should conclude.
What the fire expert should conclude.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we had, our building.
Sorry, I'm
sorry.
my question.
I'm sorry, I can't allow cross talking. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Wood, did you have any questions or anything?
Not really. I mean, the only thing is to do with the flower pots, if we can ask them to be moved as a condition or formally. That's the only.
Okay. Okay. Can we? We move to the next stage and ask questions of officers. I think I have a question. Thank you very much, by the way, Mr. Newland, Francesca, and the Brennans. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask a question. What happens? This is my question to the officer. Katie. Is it Katie? It is. What happens if this planning permission is not granted?
If members felt that they were still not satisfied with the fire strategy before them and wanted to refuse it, the applicant has the opportunity to revisit and come back again for approval. I mean, the development itself has approval. The mansard is there and was approved in 2019. It doesn't change that. In terms of what action we could take, we will continue to ensure that a fire strategy is eventually improved, and we would continue to work with the applicant and the residents of the building as a whole to make that happen.
The mansard, there was talk about it not being have problems with planning, and it didn't go according. It wasn't built according to the planning permission granted. Am I correct in thinking that?
So apologies in that the officer's report doesn't include the full planning history. So the 2019 application was a new application to gain permission for a slightly larger mansard than was previously approved under an older application. So there was 2 approvals. So I think you remember sitting on that committee. Essentially, the floor to ceiling height was taller. It was built out taller than the original approval showed on the plans. So the 2019 was about sort of rectifying that situation.
So that happened?
I don't know if the works have yet been carried out. I don't, from what we've heard tonight, it doesn't sound as though they have.
I think they need this approved for the work to be carried out. Is it?
The condition isn't actually worded that way. Yeah. No. But bear in mind that a permission lasts 3 years, so it is still live in that sense.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll let other people ask questions. Anybody has any questions for officers? I don't see any hands. Oh yeah, there is Sina.
Oh, just a quick one. So if we wanted this lock to be mechanical rather than electronic, would we have to reject this application for that to happen?
Yes, you would, given that it's a condition application, so we're not able to sort of apply a new condition on a condition, as it were. So we have to take it on face value. You need to make a decision on the strategy before you.
Okay. That makes it very clear. Any other questions? Okay. I guess in this case, then we can move things on a little bit and let's take it to a vote. And the planning permission was granted in May 2019 for the erection of a mansard roof addition to the front elevation at fourth floor level to the former roof terrace area of flat 13. When granting permission, condition 4 was attached by the planning application committee. The condition sought details of the proposed fire escape measures for the occupier of the neighboring property at 29/31 Courtfield Road. Now, it is recommended the committee approves the details required by condition 4 of planning permission referent PP/19/01890. So I am going to go down the line. In front of me, I see Councillor Woodger. Are you for or against?
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Aretti, are you for or against?
I would like to put a condition on.
We can't condition a condition.
Um,
For, against, or abstain?
Sorry, abstain.
Oh, okay. Councillor Larry?
I'm against because I have a very strong fire safety concern.
Yeah, I'm also against. So that is 2 against, 1 for, 1 abstain. And
sorry, Chairman, did you ask Councillor Evans?
No, Councillor Evans is
out.
herself.
Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, she recused herself from the two Courtfield ones. Yeah,
it's
sorry.
late. I completely forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, and the dogs are going crazy. So yeah. So it's I guess it needs to come back, or.
Well, I think the reason we would give for rejection is that, and I want to ask officers here, can we use D12 yet? Because the London plan is published this year. Can we say we are not satisfied that that the proposed conditions satisfy new London plan D12?
You can do, yes. It's a material.
Excellent. Can we please put that in, because that's superlatively important here.
Also, I was thinking, wasn't the I mean, isn't this the main, not the main, but it's one of the main exits for people in flat 2931. So it's very crucial for them to feel safe and secure and not panicky in a very panicky situation. So how can we word that?
Well, if you, the starting point is the reason for the condition in the first place. If you look at section 4 of the report, it just sets out the wording of the condition. The reason being to ensure the development achieves the highest standards of fire safety. So in refusing it, you're saying it doesn't achieve the highest standards of fire safety. So is alongside that, is there anything in particular that you want to include? Obviously, we've got the reference to D12.
There needs to be, I don't know how to put it in words, plus it's late. There needs to be a clear passage, an easier way for people who are under huge stress and panic. Because just imagine there is a fire, you're at the upteen floor, you're not in a state of mind to think about combinations, where the key is, where did I put it? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not strong enough to break the glass. There are so many things that are very counterproductive to allowing people to feel safe in a very unsafe time.
That's fine. We can talk about the fire escape measures not being sufficient to achieve the highest standards of fire safety.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I just say one thing? When a burglar comes in,
no, sorry, they cannot be. Sorry,
this is not. Sorry, I'm sorry, Francesca. I know how you probably. You want to clarify things for us, but we are at a stage where you can't really take part. I do apologize.
Well, I just
yeah, we'll have to move on, Chairman. We've actually voted on this application. I think we've finished this application. I think if you've given your reasons for refusal, as the applicant has the right to appeal.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
hopefully we'll continue to work with the council officers to to make sure that there is a reasonable fire escape. That meets the highest standards of fire safety. But we have actually voted on this application now, so we need to move on.
We just need to do the motion to reject. We just need to do that.
Well, I think we're going to take what you mentioned about the London plan 2021.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah, I mean, just for the record, we'll have a proposer and seconder, just to be neat about it.
Okay, I'll propose.
So who was the proposer? Yeah, who was the seconder?
Let's see the proposal. It was his little research, quick research.
I'll propose, and if Councillor Idriss, you wouldn't mind seconding.
I'd love to second it for you. Okay, absolutely.
Thank you. So I move the motion to reject the application.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, we haven't actually voted on that refusal, have we?
No, we haven't.
Okay, and let's vote on the refusal. I'll start the same way on the refusal. And the amendment. Councillor Widger.
Yeah, I'm in favour.
Sorry, you're in favour. And Councillor
in favour of rejection. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Are you
in favour of rejection?
Favour of rejection. Okay. Councillor Aretti.
Are you talking about the proposal that you just put forward?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm in refuse.
Okay. And Councillor Lowry.
In favour.
And I'm also in favour. That's 4-4, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so that's refused for the reasons given.
Yeah. Okay, and we got two more. Just hold your breath. We'll be there.
For your time. Thank you.
Sorry, we've made.
Sorry?
Sorry, it's made you so late.
Thank you.
No worry. That's what you elected us for.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Take care. Good evening. And we have a couple more here to go. And now we go to
we need Councillor Evans to come back now, I think.
Yes, Councillor Evans, can you join us, please? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Oh, fantastic. Wonderful. Welcome back. Okay, now we're going to do 29 Seymour Walk. That's item S24, please.
Thank you very much. So the application here is for a variation of condition 2 to enable some minor amendments to a previous basement approval at 29 Seymour Walk. You'll have seen from the planning history, it's quite extensive, but the permission that this relates to was granted back in 2015 for a single-storey basement. There's only two amendments, the first of which is shown on your screen there, which is at lower ground floor. The approved scheme on the top image shows the rear light well covered with a grille. Under the proposed scheme with the amended drawings before you tonight, this would now be covered with a roof light. And then the second change for consideration is a slight increase in the depth of excavation. It's fairly minimal, so it's 110 millimetres deeper at the rear of the site and 720 millimetres deeper at the front of the site, just to increase the floor to ceiling height at that basement level. We have a new construction method statement from the applicants in support of this, just demonstrating that the basement could still be constructed in an appropriate manner. And that's it. They're the amendments before you.
Thank you, Katie. That's quick. We have one speaker, an objector, Nigel Lax.
Good evening.
And thank you so much for waiting with us all this time.
It's all right.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting evening.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, all to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the chair of the Seymour Walk Residents Association. I'm representing the interest of the neighbours of this subject property at number 27 and 31 Seymour Walk. Your officer makes it sound very simple, but this original basement consent goes back, as she said, to November 15, so that's nearly 5.5 years ago. The consent was implemented just before it lapsed in 2018, some 3 years ago. So the works had consented for over 5 years and been underway for 3 years. The applicant finally realised that he couldn't build out what he wanted to build, and he now wants to dig out a further 700 millimetres, which is not a small dig out on a basement of this scale, prolonging the contract, I believe, by a further 18 months or 7 years from the grant of planning consent. The building's been scaffolded for the last 2 years with no sign of any contractors for the last 6 months. In the context of this, I have 2 comments on the officer's report to committee so far as that they address the objections received. What is the scope, please, of the assessment taken in respect of cumulative impacts? Is a disruption of 2 neighbours who cannot sell their property for 7 years not a material consideration? It is apparent from the planning register that we're dealing with a serial applicant. And what is to stop another variation being sought, or several variations being sought, to the 2015 consent which has been implemented? Secondly, the officer states that, I quote, "It is not possible or reasonable to apply a time limit for the completion of the development," close quote. That is factually incorrect. The council, if it was so minded, is entitled to serve a completion notice under section 94 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 in relation to the 2015 consent. We would respectfully ask, therefore, that the application is refused so as to discourage further prolongation of the blight to the neighbouring properties, and for the council to serve notice to complete on the applicant under section 94. If you are minded to approve the application, we would respectfully request that a condition is imposed effectively limiting the life of this consent, because we really need closure on this application, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And there are no other speakers, so I am going to open it to councillors. I'll start. So am I clear in understanding it? You're not totally against this application, provided we put an end to it. It kind of ends.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. That makes life a lot easier. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I think my fellow councillors went to sleep.
No, I'd like to say that.
His presentation was very good.
I'm just making light. Honestly, I'm just trying to. Okay, all right. So we're gonna then we can move on to. Do the councillors have any questions to officers?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Evans.
Yes. Can you tell us, please, clarify? Nigel makes a very reasonable request. So where do we stand in terms of the law? What is it? How can we put parameters so they don't have to be suffering ad infinitum? I'm asking that of the officers or the legal.
Katie.
Katie, please.
Lorna, feel free to step in if you'd like to answer that one for me.
It might be a joint one, this, Katie. Obviously, you can't stop people from putting in planning applications. They have a right to do that, obviously. There is this, and I'll talk about completion notices. I mean, it is an option, but it's very rare, and they usually happen when nothing is happening on a development for years and years and years, and you want to put it to an end. And the problem with completion notices is you've got to give people at least 12 months notice anyway.
Oh my God.
You know, first of all, you serve a notice, it takes a while for it to come into effect. Then a person has to have at least a year to complete the development, and then it has to be confirmed by the Secretary of State as well. They're released, and are normally reserved when things have stalled on a site and nothing is happening. I think this is slightly different. Things are happening, you know, obviously not as quickly as we'd all like, but you know, I mean, Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, hopefully this will be the last application, but we can't actually physically, you know, stop people from putting in planning applications.
Do we, sorry, I'm sorry to jump in, Janet, but do we know why things are taking so long? I mean, is it the applicant changed their mind? Is the property changing hands? I mean, what's the story there? There must be a reason. Why is it, you know, do we know?
Well, I don't personally. I'd have to leave that to the planning officers to respond to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to respond. I mean, no, we don't know necessarily why. You know, projects can get stalled for all sorts of reasons. I'm afraid none of those are material planning considerations. I do have huge sympathy, you know, for residents who live nearby to these developments that can go on and on and on. But really, the legislation doesn't allow us to control that, whether we would like to or not. And as Lorna's touched upon, the powers that might be through a completion notice are incredibly complicated, long-winded, and are used in very, very, very rare cases where we have to be confident that we could argue that it's not going to be completed within what's known as a reasonable time frame. Now that is a very broad term, and one we would have to be very careful about what we consider a reasonable time frame. I appreciate for Mr. Lax that a reasonable time frame has been and gone, but you know, I think we would struggle to say that this site is in any way unique enough to warrant using such powers.
Right. Okay, if I can take you a step back. Oh, you said something about legislation. Is it from central government or is it legislation local government?
I know that this is national level in terms of what we can and can't.
So this is out of our hands. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Sorry, Janet, to jump in. Any other questions?
I think in this case, we have to also realize and be reasonable that there's been a global pandemic. And, you know, and people may have financial considerations that they had to go slower or physical. So we have to be understanding of that.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? That's a good point. That's a very good point. Okay. No questions. Then I am going to take it to a vote. This application seeks changes to the approved and implemented basement development approved under PP/15/04950. It is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. Janet, you're the first in line. Are you for?
I am for, yes, I will grant.
Sina?
I will grant, noting the concerns that we've been raising.
Okay. Councillor Aretti?
I'm in favour, but minded about Mr. Latt's point on
yeah, same here. Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
Okay. I'm in favour, but also very concerned about but also I'm aware of the fact that there is very little we can do, and the legislation is more or less a national one. We can't go and put a motion tomorrow and trying to change it ourselves. So I guess it's granted 5. And now we come to our final application. Guess what? There is no speakers. It's just us. So it is the final one is S25, 13 to 15, the Little Boltons. When you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, a photograph on the screen there of the application site for you. In 2013, planning permission was granted for a basement, which has been excavated and fully excavated. It is dug out. So the proposals now are to incorporate a car stacker lift within that basement area. So where you can see that existing hard standing and the car parked there in that image in front of you, what we are looking at would be one of these would be introduced, which would obviously be sunk down the majority of the time when not in use. In plans, just to quickly show you there, the proposed on the left and the existing on the right, you can see the basement already dug out, but the little bit of extra excavation involved, or the modifications involved in order to put this car lift in. In terms of how it would, my presentation is now not moving along, unfortunately, but I don't think there are many more images to show you. In terms of what it would look like, the majority of the time it obviously would be down, and there is a condition imposed to say that it can't be used for car parking on top of that car stacker, and that it needs to be finished in an appropriate manner so that when it's not in use, it would just look like the front of the house. And yeah, happy to answer any questions, but hopefully a relatively straightforward one for consideration.
This is another one I remember. Okay, any questions? I don't see any hands. Okay, so shall we take it to a vote? Okay, the proposed car lift would descend into a space already approved under application PP/13/05562, close bracket. The basement permitted in 2013 has already been implemented and is fully excavated. The applicant has considered the design of the car lift to ensure pedestrian safety. So it is recommended the committee grants planning permission with the conditions listed in section 9 of this report. I am going to go down the line. In front of me, I have Councillor Aretti.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Evans. Councillor Evans.
Sorry about that.
Councillor.
Yes.
Councillor Evans, can I hear you?
Yes. Can I just say, can we put a condition on about noise? That's the only thing. They're going to be coming and going all night, and then they start disturbing the neighbors. I don't know. Or is that something that we would only do after a complaint or whatever?
I don't think these things are noisy, because if you have one down the road from me, you can hear it.
Really?
Yeah, so our environmental health officer has had a look at it, and is of the same opinion as Councillor Idris, that they don't actually produce very much noise at all.
It's very hardly any, you won't even notice it, no.
They're in use for such a short period of time,
yeah.
That any noise from them, even if there was anything audible, is such a short-lived, yeah.
All the news houses around here have them. I mean, you don't hear them. Yeah, it's just the great way. It's a great way for space and having two cars, maybe three.
Okay, so there's nothing I can object to, so I'm in favor.
Great. Okay, Councillor Lowry.
In favor.
In favor. Did I miss anyone? Councillor Woodger.
In favor, Chair.
Okay, and I'm in favor. It's a good way to end the night. 5-5.